actually. That was painless. I was expecting more difficulties. It's literally the same as anything else. Only faster, because Linux has, like, no overhead. Fucking... I know Linux causes me problems every now and then, because of course it does, it's fucking Linux, but... I am really... The sound of me crinkling up a bottle so it fits in recycling smaller. Wow. I am really just so impressed overall with the modern Linux experience. This is Caveman to Cosmos. I have never finished a game of this. I don't think I'm going to today, but I don't know, I'm depressed. I'm bummed out, and I was lying in bed in pain going, what do I want to do? And I'm like, C2C sounds great. C2C sounds comfy, it sounds chill, it's not going to be super high frustration. Yeah. Let's just do this. So we're gonna do a new single-player C2C game, Linux version now, and I don't know, we'll name heroes or anyone after anyone in chat who shows up who wants. So I'll just be like, live now. And, I don't know, if people show up. If they don't, oh well. I've gotten over myself. I know that people find me grating to listen to. Everyone tells me. You know, the single most common comment I receive on YouTube is something along the lines of, kill yourself, Dranny. So, you know, I'm accustomed. If you ever wonder why my comments on YouTube are held for approval, that's why. But yeah, so we're gonna make a custom game here. Steam user. This leader is Barb. We'll decide what sort of civ we want later. Let's think about the map. So I want one of these. Planet generator is that one. Perfect world. Okay, yeah, I think planet generator is the one I want with lots of options. There is one option I want to have here if it's still around. A few options I want here. Let's see. Let's just go through all of these options. So, starting here, Barb. I'm going to play on Chieftain, I think. No, let's say Warlord. I don't want it to be too hard. I'm trying to have a comfy time. Do I have a care about leader? So many, I forget. Let's see. Or civilization. Civilization's like vibes more than anything in this. Let's see. It could just be random. No, probably will be random unless I have a reason to be something else. Because I'm not seeing anything that like screams and hops out and grabs my eye. Could go Persia. I haven't been Persia in ages. I don't think it matters. Let's just go random. Let's go random. And we'll make our leader's name is Barb. We're gonna be Barbarians. So Barbarian. Barbarian. Barbish. Why not? Wow. So none of this matters. Well, this will be the Barbarians. Let's stress test the system. Well, let's be gigantic. I don't know how that's going to work. This is all set in stone because we're using Planet Generator. Prehistoric. We'll go Aeons. Plenty of time to enjoy everything. We're going to stick on no override. So, continents. We have some options here. We can have FT random. So we don't have, like, no other thing, but, like, I don't have a reason to deviate from something. Let's go 2 to 7. Somewhere between 2 to 7 continents. We don't know however many. Continent separation can be whatever we want. Let's just, we don't know. We don't know what sort of world we have. I like smart selection. I like drifting landmass continents. Our scattering will be random without our archipelago, so we don't know again, because I don't know. Hey, no. Yeah, I'm bummed out. So we're gonna C2C. We're gonna stress this. See how Linux is with this. I think random by player count. Let's vary continents by player count. That's our concession to gaminess. Random include all for ocean coverage. We don't know. Yay! I'm not, like, super depressed. It's just the normal hopelessness, but it's like, I don't know, it just is what it is. There could be Polar Iceland, sure. Well, random lonely islands. Random if there's one-tile islands allowed. Now, here's the ones that have the variation. Yay! And by being here, you're going to be my first hero if anyone worthy of being called a hero shows up. And right now I'm set on random, but if you have, like, a civilization in history that we should be cavemen of, that you like, let me know. For now, here's the ones that matter. So let's see. What sort of planet do we want our cavemen to be on? We could always go random without extreme, but extreme says for fun or pain, so that could be interesting. Groups up to 100 for fun or pain. Let's go groups up to 100 for fun or pain. We'll random our hills. We'll make some hard climate variation. We'll make a random humidity and temperature. Our floodplains are going to be standard. There we go. That's it. You know what? Since we're randoming everything, let's go ahead and random everything. So we don't know. We know nothing about the world we're going to end up in. I think that's fine. This is what matters. We're not going to do advanced start. We're going to require complete kills, so civilizations so if we conquer a civilization but their army runs away, they might come back. Unrestricted leaders. Let's turn off all of our victory conditions except for time, but allow the United Nations anyway. We'll allow advanced technology. Diplomacy. I don't think we'll get there. Same with corporations. Let them be problems. And espionage. We'll do with realistic culture spread. And one tile starting cities. We'll keep requiring metropolitan administration. Let's get overexpansion angry. Let's go. Hard mode. We're not playing something that says that. Let's leave those alone. Let's have personalized maps so that we can have areas be named and we can refer to them when we're talking. Barbarian civs I like. I like all these barb options. I like Neanderthal cities. That gives us a more lively world. I like. I don't like teleporting animals. I like the barbs fighting animals. Yeah, Caveman to Cosmos is so good. It's gonna seem so boring at first because we start as a caveman and really we're just gonna have our one tile and we're gonna be fighting animals and defending against barbarians. Yeah, I don't think I'll do this. I like animals coming in, they're annoying. Players cannot found a new religion when controlling a holy city? No. But we'll do choose religion so we can make our decisions. Inquisitions. I don't know if we'll use them, but why don't the AIs do them? Divine Prophets I like. Religious buildings of non-state religion go mostly inactive by default. Sure. That seems like it's interesting. I like personalities. I don't like permanent alliances. This is the one I was saying right before you arrived that I was hoping was still here. So as a minor civ, we are basically barbarians too at the start. We cannot do diplomacy. We are at war with everyone. When we discover writing, we can make peace. It says the AI performs badly, which is sad, but I'm bad at the game, so it's fine. I like culturally linked starts, even though it's not really relevant. Revolution mod hasn't been updated, so we won't do that. I like tech diffusion. This seems like it's good for keeping people from going crazy. It kind of models the Netherlands thing. Start without positive traits. Let's do developing leaders. Complex traits, no positive ones at start. That sounds fun. Units are modified by sizes, yes. Pursuit functions, yes. Units can have more than one type. Intensity of invisibility, requiring opponents to have visibilities of all types. This seems like a nightmare. Let's do it. Ambush, let's do it. I hate all of this. Let's go. Surround and destroy helps fight off death stacks, which is a problem in Civ 4. I don't know. That seems like a pain in the ass in an unfun way. Zone of control not recommended because there's a known bug. Okay. So we can't use hidden nationality units to attack inside places we have right of passage. Okay. Sure, fixed borders. Hey, commanders sounds great. I don't like that one. Sure, advanced nukes. We're not going to get there. And then these I don't like. Advanced routes. That's going to make it harder to build roads and such on harder things. Okay. I think that's our starting conditions. That sounds sufficiently painful. Let's go. Bum, 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 ba, da, 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 da. And this is the, you can see the spectrum of world that the game can theoretically give us. From, as it says, caveman to cosmos. In theory. Okay. So we are Hiawatha of the Barbarians. Okay. Oh, this is a mod. This is the Civ 4 mod Caveman to Cosmos. It is an extremely elaborate mod. That is still under development now, so, you know, it has had plenty of time to get elaborate. I'm just laughing, though. The Hiawatha. Hiawatha. How does this sound to you? Okay. So, do we want to just settle here in the hills with no caves by the Bay of Nalisniat? Yeah, it's also had, like, you know, it's been 20 years since the game came out, so it's had a lot of time for this mod to develop. I'm just going to move everyone around a little bit so I can decide if there's anywhere I want to move to. Because this is basically our only place for a while. I don't see any caves. We have lots of forests. We don't know of any resources. So, from a strategic perspective, we're really just looking at defensibility, productivity. We've got a bamboo rocky area over here. I think, really, it's just between the hill and the plains, and I think I agree with the game at the plains. So we're gonna come down here. We're gonna lose a few hundred years of settlement. And our first technology, cave dwelling. We don't have access to caves, so yeah, we're gonna settle here on this little in this little plains area, surrounded by hills, with a little earth plot, and we shouldn't expect a rocket start on account of it being 200,000 BC right now, and well, let's end our turn. We can't. Oh, I was hoping we'd see which we ended up in. Happiness or health? See, it's saying cave dwelling, but like, tree hollows isn't going to be a thing because we don't have trees in our tile. Let's go language. I just realized that means we're not going to have any good housing in the early game. What is our name of our settlement? Do we have anyone who wants to name our initial settlement? If not, I think I know what our proper first name should be. Let's go. Our capital, rocket start. Hello. Hello. This is admin tab, please. This is new. I haven't seen this before. Unit tab, building tab. I'm used to seeing city modifiers. Okay, I guess we just don't have anything yet. Our tribal guardian can guard. There's a tribal village there, so I want to pick that up. Okay. Okay. Well, we don't really have much we can do. We can build an alpha male, or we can build an alpha female. This is not giving me information I need to make this decision, game. Where's my consumption, or where's my consumption? Okay. And growth. I'm gonna see if there's an option here. No. So one of the mods has changed how this works, and I don't like it. So this growth is stagnant. Production is 2 per turn. There we go! That's what I was expecting to see. Okay, now I can see my conceptuals. Okay, this is the map I was wanting to see. Okay. So we need +2 food in order to not be starving. So she gives us +1, so we don't actually get any benefit here, but we do get -3 disease per turn, which will slow down our disease development. Our alpha male will give us more production, which will slow down crime developments. Currently, the people are homeless because we have no other forms of housing. We don't know how to make teepees. We don't know how to hide in trees. We don't have caves. We use a militia. We are North American culture. So, I think I will also... I don't remember if disease or crime is worse. I think I will go with woman first. It takes 16 turns. Also 16. I'm going to go with man first, because by going for man, that will give us more hammers, so we'll get woman faster after. No. Language will be done beforehand. Let's have woman. Okay. Yay! Those villagers gave us a map of the oceans that show us the Achminalsace forest up in the north, and a unexplored island in the sea, and a reef. How cute. And then we found the forest of Vosine ourselves. And the Hityar cane jungle. Okay, so we're kind of on the southern edge of this particular continent. There's another village over here. And the village, we found a wise woman who's willing to join us. Oh, that's nice. I'm not going to send her alone in the world, unescorted. So what do you do? +1... Okay. Heals 3 units per turn. Assists in healing. Heals his animals units in the same time, +1%. Assists healing his people, +3% a turn. Cannot capture enemy units. Okay. -25% versus combatants. She's a civilian, heals his people. And she has +1... Okay, 8 spot, +1, whatever the heck that green thing is, +1 espionage, I guess, on the same tile, +2 spot on the same tile, and 6 veil. So I guess that Wise Woman is a slightly hidden unit. I think I am going to group her up with this other person and bring them together back to the start. The Wise Woman, I don't think we have a reason to send her out into the world. You can go exploring over this way. I think I'm going to have you sentry to guard kind of the south. Give me awareness of any potential problems coming. We found the barbarian city of Mariona in the north. Okay. But our wise woman can wait here. Split into less powerful ones. Okay. Because the barbarians are in the north, we're gonna send this one up to keep an eye there. The Pravik Brana. We found the Pravik Brana. Somewhere. Over here. Landmark. The Pravik Brana. It doesn't seem to do anything, but it's there. They have caves. The barbarians are cave dwellers. Okay. This is not a very large continent we're on. We found the Bay of Seremanafi in the north there. Can we just set you there? Can you see well enough from there to monitor everything? Okay, we've learned language and we clicked through too fast.
It is a great and efficient instrument in thinking.
Yay. We have our first civic option. So we can run through our civics. Currently, we are an anarchist group. We have no government in our informal communities. So that puts a city cap of 4. We can't build more cities, but that is basically our cap. We also get less of everything in the capital. And in theory, we could do something called the Blood Huntress's Hunt. We have a rule of obedience. We have alpha men in our society, apparently, which lets us build branding huts. And as you would imagine in the alpha male society, everything is a little bit shitty. It's the strongest rules. This is what allows us to make the alpha man and alpha woman. I imagine as we move away into matriarchy or patriarchy or something else, issues will arise with them. We have a militia. I like time drafting as a thing that will be there in the future. Like, yes, we're gonna grab the most skilled officers from past and future. We lack the concept of religion or spirituality, apparently. We have a primitive society. Barely different from the non-sentient. Wow. That's... +1 happiness from worldview cannibalism active. +1 happiness from worldview slavery active. Oh no. We are communalist. Which makes us unhealthy, apparently. We have a survival-based welfare. There's no welfare system. Downtrodden people must resort to stealing or killing to survive. Just like the US of A in practice. We haven't invented money yet. We don't have any divided workforce. We don't have any sort of education, not even an oral tradition yet. We do not currently have any language. We haven't developed language. We have no borders. We are a hunter-gatherer society that just throws our trash anywhere on the street, just like Baltimore. But here's our option. Do we want to develop language? Which gives us the ability to make community discussions, gives us a slight increase in gold, science, and culture, and eliminates our +1 unhealthiness. Yay! So let's see. Again, we could get this, which leads to shelter building, but we don't get an immediate benefit. We do get health up. We get happiness up. We're gonna say that for now. We're gonna look here. What's our health and happiness here? Where's my health and happiness? Okay. 13 health out of 8. So we have a 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. +5 health and a +7 happiness. So yeah, we do want shelters. That's a little more important. Our air is so clean. Look, our air pollution is like nothing. and getting better over time. Our water pollution is a little bit bad, but it's getting better over time. We're getting a little more diseased over time. We're getting a little more crimed over time. But that's fine. Like, it's 197,000 BC. You're gonna keep an eye on things in the north. I'm gonna keep exploring up here. That modifier. Oh, you're right. Alpha Woman tones down disease in a bit. So we are going to have our. We're gonna have a healthy, happy society living on the plane. Who needs houses and science and government and welfare? Save my game. Good idea. I actually have to do this. This isn't FF14. Do I have an option for autosave? I do not. So sad. Yeah, let's maybe think about saving after every major technology, yeah, at least after every major technology. We discovered a new landmark. We discovered a reef called... Are you gonna go away so I can see it? The Sea of Opothens. And the Bay of Tekoemahue? Tekoemahua, blah blah blah. But Tekoemahua, I don't want to pronounce it. Yay! We have produced... Will you be idle for a bit? I want to look at my decisions before I just get forced into something game. Rocket Start has made our alpha woman. Our alpha female. -3 disease a turn. -3 +3. So it sounds like it should net to 0 and we're netting to +1 for some reason. Okay. We can build community discussions, get our health up higher, and have some culture and some book. We can get some book. We don't have writing, but we can gain abstract book knowledge resource. I think that's more important than an alpha male. Oh, I saw that. I saw that village. I saw that little village. Ready to give us some assistance. More gulfs. I'm getting tired of naming these of reading off these gulfs. We're getting a little bit of ways from home. That is slightly concerning for now, but eventually our culture will grow. There's a barn owl.
One just principle from the depths of a cave is more powerful than an army.
Yay, we have health, and this is going to enable Neanderthal culture. Special things if we have certain caves in our area, which we don't yet. Neanderthal caves if we are Neanderthals. Animal burrows. Oh, that replaces homeless automatically. So it's less good than these other ones, but I guess we're going to be getting animal burrows instead of caves. So, yay. Let's learn oral tradition so we can educate ourselves. And look at the effects of housing. Housing is still homeless. We've developed the common cold as a endemic disease. That's not great. Oh, we built tree hollows and animal burrows. So we have homeless has been disabled. So we have some animal burrows and some tree hollows. So I don't know why we have both, because it seems like it's bad to have both. But I guess we have both. Some people live in holes that they dig. Some people live in trees. And you gave us something, but I'm not quite sure what. Do we try and fight the barn owl? Or do we leave the barn owl go? What's our subdue chance? 10%. The barn owl ran away. I guess we'll bring you to go keep an eye out over here. Oh, yay, new village. What will you give us? Oh, no! Problems. They're gonna give us problems up here in Vorhani. We need to develop barns. We're inspired by these owls. Well, I don't know if they're gonna get back to civilization. Because it seems like the people of Vorhani consider barn owls to be sacred or something and are very upset. Holy shit! Oh, okay, let's see. Let's give them armed guard. Gives us defense up. Let's give armed guard because we just defended like hell. We defended in the plains, so let's say does combat one or chase? Let's say chase because we did it in the plains. Oh, can we not attack now? Did armed guard make us unable to attack? Combat modifiers. Okay, plus 10% defense, 25% city and hills, 25% versus archers, melee, animals, 10% versus criminals, ruffians, and strike teams, 5% chance to withdraw, 5% chance to pursue, a couple free first strikes, collateral damage, resist 10% of surrounded destroy penalties. Resist cultural revolt protection. Have cargo size. Cannot capture enemy units. Okay. Well, let's back off into the hill for the defense, in case they attack us again. We're going to focus on healing. We're healed up. We're going to go around. Attack us if you want to, buddy. Oh, I see. I see. I think I know what's going on. They have... I think we might not be able to see them. No, that's not true. We wouldn't be able to see them that way. I'm not quite sure why we can't attack them. But you're our first hero. You're our first hero. So that makes you... null. Convention. Our first hero. Roaming the distant north. Looking for anything. Heroically throwing rocks. Well, that's what all of our military does. Well, let's go make another contact with a new tribe. See if they're mad at us about the barn owls too. They are not only not, they had a wanderer come join us. So, the wanderer can continue exploration. And because of the Greater Guard, I think we're going to start bringing Null back. We're going to bring Null back along this way. Hydrate. Gotcha, love. Another forest.
Here, we tell the story. Why the people came here. What they did when they got here. Going back to the Native Americans. And coming all the way forward.
Yay! We learned that we can gather our kids around and tell them stories about what happened before. And then they'll be able to learn from our past mistakes. Yay! Which means we have to make a decision. Do we want to continue having no education, which makes everyone happy, or do we want to have everyone stop being as happy, but get a little bit better culture preservation and a few more book? I just love that. Ignorance is bliss. You know that whoever put that modifier was thinking of that saying. We'll revolt to have that. Let's get more book. And now that we have a wanderer, we can get more wanderers. Or we can learn to music. Let's learn to music. We have a wanderer. How long is it? We're a few more turns until we learn how to have friendly community discussions. Oh no, it's an angry eagle! What is the angry eagle going to do? I think there's an option I want to set up here. show enemy moves. There we go. We can fight the eagle. We have a 90% chance of kill, no percent chance of subdue. Or we can just walk through the tile and not be noticed. Yay. And thank you, Mr. Tongue Man, for enhancing our ability for music. We've just met the Mayans. We don't know anything about them, but we have learned that there are Mayans. Okay, I want to go around the north side of that lake. And then our wanderer can come up this way. We want to try and find the Mayans. Okay. We'll come down to that hill and then we'll continue back towards home. Oh no! Oh no! I don't know that I like that. I in fact really know I do not like that. C2C is pretty good, Cass, yeah, but I'm not hallucinating the most advanced ruler in the world. Apparently. Hitler is leading the Mayans to glory. Yeah. Oh no. We've learned our community discussions. He's leading the Mayans to be advanced. And he's the only civilization we know. Okay, what do we want to do here? We can build a storyteller to do something. We can start doing folklore. Let's see. We can do knowledge inheritance and create more book, which is education, apparently. Oh, our disease has dropped. And because our disease has dropped, the common cold has gone away. Yay. We still have a lot of crime, but, like, otherwise, we're fine. Yeah, we need... All of this is going to give us knowledge. The question is, do we want to gain knowledge from the inheritance, from fire, stone, earth, sea, sky, or unicorns? But I think we're doing knowledge inheritance because that gives us the best. It's also much less time than learning about unicorns. So yeah, we're gonna formalize this whole sitting around and talking about our feelings with remembering and telling stories to make like something called a skaul for us young ones. Hey, there's a new tribe area. It's going to be our wanderer who joined us instead of our hero Null, but that's fine. Okay, from here we should be able to just come back. I think we want, because Null is a defense expert, we want Null doing defense. Which is going to be Null's going to live for a long time. A hunter has joined. We had a hunter join. Oh no, it's a chaser. We can't avoid the chasers. Ah, we found Hitler. Hitler's living in Yaxmutal with a crime-fighting tribal guardian. Open area.
I am a futurist, but ironically, my two daughters tell me my taste in music is positively prehistoric.
I love that they've picked quotes for the mod that are even more cringe than the original games and don't take them seriously. I love that. So we reveal percussion instruments, which is apparently a resource. Which we don't have anything lowering our crime. Maybe we should make the alpha male to lower our crime at some point. And I think we'll just set the Wanderer to auto-explore. He's not really part of our tribe. We don't care if something bad happens. And I'm tired of walking them around directly. So we'll come back to our immediate area and click the terms and think. Oh, well, apparently we're going to keep coming north because that's where the enemies are. So we keep seeing that bird fly around. Herds of wild animals have migrated in the Mayan Empire. Oh no. An ad is incoming from the Bezos kingdoms. Oh no. Okay, good. If he hadn't gone that way, I was going to take him over and march him up.
For man, autumn is a time of harvest, of gathering together. For nature, it is a time of sowing, of scattering abroad.
That's Grimithar. I know that voice. I didn't know Grimithar read for this game, for this mod. Neat. I haven't watched Grimmith in years. His Vampire the Masquerade game that he played with a bunch of people, like, literally kept me from killing myself during the closet years. It was great. I told him once, and he, like, broke down crying because he had no idea that, like, he could have had that sort of impact. This is going to reveal a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. I want to run I want to stream another tabletop game again. First to Discover receives a Gatherer. I don't think that was us. It was probably Hitler. We can build camps. It reveals all the foods. Enables caution. Leads to a bunch of stuff. Let's say fire. Fire sounds important. And I saw that savior game. We'll do it. We'll save our game in 184,270 BC. It has been 10,000, 13,000 years since our last save. Oh my gosh, we got a Gatherer. That means we're the first people to discover Gathering. Huh. Oh gosh, so we did not settle in a great place for resources here, but look, we have cocoa over there, resin, barley, henna, melons, so much henna. This is towards the barbarian city. And then if we go up to a Hitler, we know Hitler has access to spices and mushrooms and obsidian, apparently. And there's opium over there. Oh my gosh. And we've got wheat on this little island. I don't think there's anything we can do right now. But we will sleep until there is. We're still working on knowledge inheritance, which in hindsight would have been building much, much faster if we just sucked it up and made an alpha male. I don't want an alpha male, but I think we need the protection that alpha males bring us. Yeah. The sudden eruption is occurred somewhere over in the corner over here. Well, sucks to be whoever that is. Oh, our wanderer met a tribe and gave us another wanderer. How nice. You're gonna come over here. That's the only place that we haven't explored yet. You can keep on coming over here. The Neanderthal isn't gonna hurt you, unless it does. This guy's really uncertain about the whole leave enemy territory thing. Our stealthy chaser snuck up on an unsuspecting pheasant and killed it. An unsuspecting peasant. Oh, subdued pheasant. Stop your automation. We've subdued a pheasant. That means we need to bring it home. Let's go, potential domesticated peasants. Pheasants. I keep saying peasants. We are way before domesticated peasants. No! The Neanderthals attacked the new random wanderer we got. And our researchers are having problems learning how to control fire. Maybe we should not go so close to the barbarian city with our prized pheasant. I want our domestic birds to come home safe.
If you ever catch on fire, try to avoid seeing yourself in the mirror, because I bet that's what really throws you into a panic.
Good advice. And let's get herbalism, because that seems like a good thing to have. Our alpha male is done. Let's save the game in case we have problems. I'm not quite sure why we're having trouble ending the turn. There we go. Autosave happened is apparently what happened. Let's click the button to end the turn because it apparently gets less angry about that. This wanderer up here is in danger. I think that there's either going to be some problems or a hero born. Oh, well, nothing yet. Hey, we made it back with our subdued pheasant. So our pheasant can construct the folklore of the pheasant, or the folklore of the sky. As far as I can tell, they are exactly the same. No, folklore of the sky gives us education with writing and with literature. So I think we have our pheasant become a part of the folklore of the sky. Thank you, Chaser. Go kill other animals and bring them back to create legends. So we don't really have domestic birds, but we do have stories about the sky now. We are the 8th wealthiest civilization, poorest of the known ones, but we beat Hitler. And that's what matters. Mayans' discoveries turned out to be false. Sucks to be you, Hitler. Literally Hitler in the Mayan Empire. If you can call that an empire. I just want to emphasize, when we're talking about empires, we control a single tile. All of us only control one tile. Rocket Start is just this little valley. It's relatively peaceful because we have, like, military patrols for the surrounding area, but we don't really have any cultural influence. Yay! We just finished knowledge inheritance. Finally. Finally, we've learned how to knowledge inherit. That's wonderful. Our education has gone stagnant. Our crime is also stagnant. Without any real issues. We have the folklore of the sky here, so that's pretty nice. So we're actually developing culture. But we're not actually developing culture. It's stagnant here, too. No, it's not. It's growing. It's growing, and in 25 turns we'll have enough culture to be to not be uncultured. Yay! And that's because of the knowledge inheritance and our community discussions and our folklore of the sky. We can build a gatherer, but we don't have a need. We have one resting. We have no wanders available. Let's see, what have we got here? I think what we should probably do is some of these to make our production even better. It's 96 turns for any of them. So let's begin with gathering rocks. We're stone throwers. We are the rock at start. So let's learn about how to gather rocks. Or rather train like a group of people to gather rocks for the community. This is the beginning of our governance.
When you smoke the herb, it reveals you to yourself.
Yay! We learned about first aid. We can train wise women. We already have our wise women, but we could train more if we need them. Let's learn about scavenging because it's quick. I'm not really thinking long term. Because, like, what's the future, really? We've also burned through, like, 30,000 years of history already. It's great. And we have that one wanderer up there exploring, and we have the chaser going around hunting. Hey, Mayans have an improved illness treatment. You know what our illness treatment is? Just don't be sick. We don't need to treat our illness because we just don't have any illness. Maybe the Mayans should just be better. Like the great Barbararians.
If your friend is already dead and being eaten by vultures, I think it's okay to feed some bits of your friend to one of the vultures to teach him to do some tricks. But only if you're serious about adopting the vulture.
Do we want a Mungo Man? And gaining ritualism and enabling folklore? Do we want Watchers? Do we want to reveal bamboo? I'm pretty sure we're going to have bamboo. We want to be able to make trails. Make tools. We don't really have anything to improve. Oh, we found roosters. We have roosters and pigs. We have... In our immediate vicinity, we've got pigs, and oh my gosh, in our actual city, we have cocks. We have cocks in Rocket. Yes. That seems like as good a reason as any to pick ritualism. We have discovered a source of poultry near Rocket Start. The famous rocket cocks. Let's go. We're just gonna name the town Rocket. Our famous rocket cocks. They give us +3 food. They give us health with a bunch of techs we don't have, and happiness later. Which means we're actually very near population growth. It still could be a while, but we're near population growth. Oh, we have flammability now. Oh no. Oh, we have education now. We have argumentative awareness, which means that we're going to actually have anarchy now when we change our civics, because people are going to want to not change. So that's a negative we got from higher education. We have an intuitive education, which is improving our birth rate and our war anger. So people get mad about war because they're more educated. We require more food to grow, but we have less crime, making our crime stagnant. We have less pollution. Hey, and it gives us, like, an improvement in our production and our science. That's cool. I like that things aren't strictly positive. So we have all these benefits for education, but also the existence of education gives rise to conservatives who aren't going to like it when we change how our government works. That's great. C2C is such a good mod. And then I don't think we actually have any traits at first. Yeah, we have no traits at the start. So we're just waiting. Like we haven't been around as a civilization long enough to develop leadership traits. Love. We got pigs. Oh, there's seals. We've got seals nearby. Not in the immediate city, like air surroundings, but like Second City can get some seals. How are we coming towards growth? 4 turns. 4. 3. 2. 1. Let's find out where our culture spreads. Everywhere. Hey, we have more. We have more surroundings, which means we actually have a use. Which means we have questions to ask. If we develop the scavenger camp, we get +1 food in either. So, because we already have Cox and Rocket, we can go down and get pork. And we'll send our free gatherer to develop pork in Rocket. And that means also that we are going to want to queue up another gatherer. One, so we'll do Hunting Strike. I think this means that our chaser is now heroic. Does anyone want to be our chaser? Now that our chaser's gained a level. I think in the early stage, just gaining experience is enough to be heroic. Later we'll need more, but does anyone want to volunteer to be the chaser? The most likely to die of the 2 heroes, and also the most likely to gain lots of experience. Going once, going twice. I will look at our users. Let's see. I see a Cass, and I see a Samogwe. Samogwe. Cass, if you don't say anything in opposition, you are going to be our heroic chaser. That's horrible. case our non-regular viewer doesn't know, this is funny because Chaser is slang for someone without, like, weird, uncomfortable fetish for trans women. Though I understand that this is because the unit chases animals in the hunt. There we go. Cass is our chaser. Resume the hunt. And immediately, Cass gets into another fight. A barn owl withdraws from the combat with Cassidy. An old shaman from our tribe seems to have reached an understanding of the changing reality. He says he has ideas that can help the tribe develop faster. A thinker? Let's see what interesting ideas he has. If we had tribalism, we could have him settle down and permanently improve the knowledge inheritance. But instead, he's just going to give us a lot of a boost towards ritualism. Oh, hello, you're the stone thrower. It's random wanderer. No, random wanderer, you're not really doing much of anything. Go spy on Hitler. Tell me what the situation is with Hitler.
Ritual will always mean throwing away something, destroying our corn or wine upon the altar of our gods.
We can gain the Mongol Man. World unit requires Aboriginal culture, which we don't have. If we had carving, we could make the Venus of Willendorf. We can make we could teach people to bathe, make monuments, vision quests, walkabouts. If we're Oceanian, we could do vision quests. We're North American. Okay. Let's absolutely go folklore. And let's make trails, because we're actually training this gatherer specifically to make trails. Okay. Oh, hi, wild turkey. Oh, the wild turkey isn't ours. Okay. You're just coexisting peaceably with the wild turkey. I still want you to come look at Hitler. Cassidy versus horses. An enemy band of horses attempted to flee our onslaught, but was chased down and dispatched by our Cassidy. Our Cassidy entrapped an escaping creaturely band of horse and forced it to fight for its life. But did not capture. We did not capture horses. We just killed them. And became grievously injured in the response. In the course of trying to capture some wild horses. Eagle. I asked you if you had an objection to becoming our second hero, and you didn't say anything. So you are now our heroic chaser is Cassidy, who has just subdued a flock of ravens. So neat. As in the earliest form of hunter, you chase down the animals and hunt them, and you get another promotion. We can give you more hunting strike. We can give you the hunt down promotion. We can give you hawk eyes so you have better spot. Low profiles, you have better veil. Max stamina. Let's see. We have pursuit chance, taunt chance, combat versus larger units, combat versus smaller units, combat versus higher ranks, self-healing, veil, spot, green veil, green spot, white veil, white spot. I don't know the difference between them. You have a bit of green spot, so I'm going to give you better green spot. Hawkeyes. And it's time to escort the ravens home. We have some enemy stone throwers approaching Rocket. Oh no. We got early warning though. Okay, we have completed our Gatherer in Rocket, which means we can get back on board with improving things. We have so many options now. As usual, I want to see what's going on in the city. We are growing. We are actually have a surplus of food production because we have the cocks and pork. We're actually growing. So I think we're going to do... So we can do the Grain Gatherer. I think we might do the Grain Gatherer. It's 1,000 turns right now, so it's not really that big of a deal. Maybe we do continue production. Yeah, let's go ahead and build a Lichen Gatherer. Get our production going. Because we don't really have any production around us. And it's ages anyway. So this Bonnet Gatherer is going to help with trails, but it's going to hang out in the capital at first. There's that Barbarian. Because we want this Gatherer to finish building the camp to harvest pork. Odds of victory are very low if we attack, so we're going to just defend here. And it's also so we don't have vision over here, so let's get some early warning going. A flock of flamingos. Apparently the flock of flamingos is causing problems. Go, flock of flamingos, be gone. Okay, Hitler has not expanded. Hitler is still stuck in that little tiny area. They have a Brute and a Stone Thrower, but they have not expanded. That is great news for us. We are significantly better than Hitler. Yay. Let's check Mariona, which isn't people enough to have a name for their leader yet, but we're glad we're better than Hitler. That's all we have to say. And apparently we're much sneakier than Hitler, too. Although Hitler's Stone Thrower is trying to track us down. Wild boar. I think at this point, the bird can fly on its own, and Cassidy can attack the wild boars. Did not subdue the wild boars, just killed them. Oh, no, you're not hunting. You're not Cassidy. You stand guard on the northern front. Cassidy goes hunting.
One who walks in another's tracks leaves no footprints.
So sneaky. Let's get... Deception. Okay, the Raven. What can the Raven do? Can construct the folklore of the Raven. Let's do it. We have so much bird folklore going on down here. It's amazing. There's only one brute, but Cassidy is not a fighter. And we took Spot over Sneak. But I think we got away. I think those penguins are causing our survey to fail. Okay. I think we're safe now. Resume the hunt. And I want you to get rid of those penguins, because they are, I think, causing our monitoring to keep going, hey, there's something over there. Oh, which gives our Northern Guard a new bit. We're going to give you Guerrilla, because you're guarding on a hill up north. I don't think you're important enough to be a hero, unless Nope, that other person left. So, not enough. We don't have enough people in chat to heroize the Northern Guard. But we're about to learn how to lie. Let's go.
Never attempt to win by force what can be won by deception.
Says Edward J. Epstein. We have exile practices, which can spawn a barbarian exile. Lookout posts. Crime, lying. Watchers, exiles, and Neanderthal watchers. Watchers spot crime. We have criminal and cop promotions, so we can make conniving, insidiousness, and investigation and stealth combat. And we can also build up cleverness and inspections and crime fighting. This is silly. I don't know that we need any of that yet. I don't know if we will ever need any of that, but it's an interesting idea. Maybe we can promote our defensive units with police promotions. Combat guards. Now that we've learned how to lie, let's learn how to work together. Oh, our herbalists have discovered a new plant that holds promise for health treatments. Happiness, unhappiness, lots of unhappiness. I think we have enough happiness that this 2 temporary is not going to matter. I don't think we can lose 1 pop in all cities. If we do, I think we lose. Health. World domination. Health. Cruel oppression. No. Events. Yay. So let's see. Because we've learned how to lie, we have crime lying. Because we have more than 1 crime, which gives us +1 crime per turn, and gives us some unhappiness. I think that's so funny. But we have no disease, we have no water pollution, though it is getting worse slowly, no air pollution, no flammability, we have an okay education, and the only crime we have is people lie to each other sometimes. I'd say things are pretty cool in Rocket.
What
1% defensive in nature right now. Okay. Let's continue getting production going. Gather driftwood, lumber, sticks. I think we'll keep focusing on production. And we'll gather lumber because we're surrounded by forests. Then it's only 19 turns. So we're getting we're getting that kind of compounding productivity from this, which will let us build our growth facility.
every kind of peaceful cooperation among men is primarily based on mutual trust and only secondarily on institutions such as courts of justice and police.
Go Einstein, recognizing that courts and cops aren't much. Hey, we can make childcare huts, wet nurses, and child labor. Let's see the ways. Okay. We didn't really look at this, but folklore. The expressive body of culture shared by a particular group of people, encompassing the traditions common to that culture or group. They include oral traditions such as tales, proverbs, and jokes, including material culture ranging from traditional building styles to handmade toys. Individual folklore artifacts are classified as material, verbal, or customary. There's so many words. Point is, we have folklore. We replaced irreligion with that. But now we have a new thing to think about. Our workforce. We have until now had an unorganized workforce with no specialization. Everyone is all for themselves, building shelter, foraging for food, finding herbs, etc. But now we have communal workforce. People develop stable jobs to benefit the community, like being the village butcher or hunter. This is going to reduce the penalty we get to food and science production. Give us better culture production. Give us value from trade routes. I don't think we have any, but we get value from them if we did. And gives us a little bit of commerce. And allows the construction of child labor. Let's go. Let's learn how to count. Stone thrower sees the solitary brown bear. That's a danger, so we're not going to go off and attack the brown bear. We're going to fortify up in case the brown bear comes to us. The brown bear could cause problems. Cassidy continues to be up there, sneaking around. We've almost finished the lumber. Wonderful. And now here's the big important question. Do we build child labor? I don't have that option. Never mind. Apparently we don't actually have that option unless it's in the Wonders. No. Okay, we got ant catchers, driftwood gatherers, stick gatherers. I'm gonna be idle for a bit. Okay, let's take a look. Civic militia. It doesn't look like we have actually built anything like that. It doesn't look like we got for free any of this child labor or anything. We have 7 here. We're growing. It might be time to look into food. Or fire pits. So many options. I think we're gonna gather berries, actually. I think it's 14 turns there. 1, 2. There's 2 more production bonuses. So let's get our production bonuses, and then we get our growth bonuses. So we'll gather sticks. Wood has been built by the citizens of Rocket. Oh, we have access to wood. This building's automatically built when it has the requirements of provides 1 wood. Oh, we have wood. We not only have cocks in Rocket, but we have wood. Yay! Oh. That was so silly. I love that happened. The greatest civilizations, the most powerful civilizations. We don't... Who? I don't know. We have no idea if we're better than Hitler, because neither of us are worth mentioning on that list. $14 more turns for that scavenging camp. Can we get the trail just built going? Can I just get you to work on the trail already? I think I can. I don't think I need to wait for you to be done to work on the trail. Okay. So we have one working on the trail in 47 turns, the other on the scavenging camp. Yay! And how far are we from growth in Rocket? 100 turns, about. Not even worth, like, thinking about. We have built that. Now we can gather driftwood. And then we will have full productivity, I think. Our stone thrower killed a brown bear. Hey, I figured that the brown bear was going to come after us. Oh, that's a fight that we would have lost if we weren't defending. And you can see that it caused damage to our northern guard. Our northern guard did not, however, gain any experience.
Number rules the universe.
Yay! And that will enable counting sticks and tally stones. We have wood, so we can build counting sticks. We don't have stones, so we can't build tally stones. Let's get tool making. But that does mean that we're going to have another production building before we build up food. But I think at this point, the production buildings are just way better than the food buildings. Because we're going to grow into more food and not into more production, really. Although each growth is going to give us equivalent production. Gregory Zhukov, a great general, has been born in a faraway land. Hopefully not Hitler. But somebody's already fighting wars. So we're having a very peaceful time over here. In the little valley of Rocket. $21 turns for counting sticks, which also give us science. Versus 96 turns for food stuffs? Why do you cost us 96? Have a yummy dinner. Trying to figure out why. Oh, okay, you're 11 turns. Okay, I was looking at the number of hammers needed. And we produce enough that it's 11 turns to make these. There's an additional +1 going to be enough. So we get 9. That'll be 10 if we complete that. 11, 10 would be 10 turns. So it'll shave 1 turn off of each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 turns. It'll save us 10 turns. It costs us 21, but it'll also give us science. I think we get a couple foods. What do we have? Do we have anything that's more powerful? I think our most powerful right now is the Berry Gatherer. So we'll do the Berry Gatherer. And the pigs have happened here, so that's even more food production. So it's now 892 turns until the population grows. I think every population, every food is going to be insignificant.
Animal. Nowhere do you find him without tools. Without tools he is nothing. With tools he is all.
Hey, we have better child labor crews. Requires childcare hut. Why can we not make childcare hut? Hey, we can build chasers. Let's do hard hammer production. And where's my wiki? Buildings. Prehistoric. Looking childcare hut is what I want to know about. Childcare hut. Requires shelter building. We need cooperation and shelter building. I think we have both of those. Right? Oh, we don't have shelter building. Let's get shelter building. We need weaving for shelter building. I see. Let's get shelter building. So we can stop living outside and we can start building huts. And then we can have childcare, which will also let us have child labor. Who doesn't love a little child labor in a video game? Oh no, Hitler has had some technological breakthrough of unknown form. There's a Neanderthal wanderer here. Right on the border. This could become a problem. Well, let's get counting sticks. I think now we get counting sticks like... Oh no, that did trim 100. That trimmed 100 years off of our time. Let's not. Let's do grain gathering. Because apparently each food production just trims 100 years off our time. Okay. That Neanderthal left.
Man does not weave this web of life. He is merely a strand of it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself.
Yay. And this is going to give us Bamboo Grove and Papyrus Grove if we have things in vicinity. And Weavers if we have access to hemp or cotton or flax or bamboo or cotton fibers or something. I don't think we have any of that. So I don't think that we're going to learn how to make clothes. In Rocket, the climate is nice and everyone is naked all the time. And no one cares. Those Neanderthals keep wandering. Hi, Hawk. Yeah, we haven't invented clothes. Well, we've just invented weaving clothes, and our scientists like, in theory, we could make clothes if we have access to these, to this bamboo. And then we're like, we don't have access to bamboo. Flax? What's flax? So in theory, we know how to make clothes. We just don't have access to the materials. So there's no clothes in Rocket. Just cocks. just cocks and pork. I'm hearing a ring. Is that outside? Yes, it is. We're almost gonna finish counting stones. Yay! So let's take a moment. No, let's not worry too much about the state of affairs there. We'll get counting sticks. We'll check after shelter building, because that should give us new housing. I don't like that noise. No! Cassidy was killed by a stone thrower of unknown national origin. Was it a Marionin stone thrower? Was it one of Hitler's Mayans? Was it a Neanderthal? We don't know. But in her efforts to bring us more animals to build myths and legends around, Cassidy was slain in 153,769. Nice. We're gonna save. R.I.P. Cassidy. 153,769 years BC. Cassidy slain. Presumably by Hitler. Vengeance will be had someday. The most cultured civilization? Barb the Glorious, #1 most cultured civilization in the world. Hitler is a pathetic 6th place culture, which still is relatively well cultured considering there's like 21 civilizations in the game. But Hitler is officially the pathetic.
Home is not a mere transient shelter. Its essence lies in the personalities of the people who live in it.
Welcome back from ad, everyone. In case Bezos drowned it out, Hitler's officially pathetic. We are the most cultured civilization in the world. And we've learned to make fortified caves, or abatis. We have city garrison, we have binding and bark working in the future. But most importantly, we can build childcare huts, and healers' huts, and music huts, and wet nurses, and lean-tos automatically built by our citizens. Animal hide tents automatically. I don't think we have the required stuff, but when we have them. Grass huts when we have the requirements. Possibly even bone huts. I think we should celebrate by learning how to dance. This gatherer built the trail without dying. Oh my gosh. We don't have any grasslands or plains to improve work speed in. But sure. Let's go ahead and route to the northern hill. And we'll build... We don't have any resources up there, so we'll build a stone tools workshop. For the future. And then if you're still alive, we can come harvest our redundant cocks on the hill over there. Actually, come get the redundant cocks. I think it's more important that we have the extra food than some random stone tool workshop. Will consume unit. You know what? That's fine. Oh, it's on grasslands. Okay, get that improvement. So you build just a little bit faster. Oh, I forgot to check on what's going on here. Okay. So we have now lean-tos. Yay. We have tree hollows. Some people still live in tree hollows. Some people live in lean-tos. No one's homeless anymore. No one lives in animal burrows. So everyone who was living in animal burrows has learned to make little lean-tos. And some people still live in tree hollows because they like it. Yeah, that's all the real excitement that's happened. We stopped living in animal burrows. And those Neanderthals are still roaming around in the north. We don't really have the strength to fight against them unless they attack us, so we have to be defensive. Fortunately, that's far outside of the kind of gathering range of Rocket with the loss of Cassidy. So sad. Does mean that we have Cassidy 2 floating around as a potential new hero if something heroic happens. But I think Hawk is our likely next hero. Okay. We can get childbirth hut, childcare hut. Childcare hut gives us some health. Let's look here. Okay, we've got 500 turns until growth. We can build all these things to give us more food. And I think that's probably what we want to do, which means tuber gathering. Let's go. Only 9 turns to build it. Gives us health, gives us food. Love the idea. Now we don't really have much in the way of excitement because it's a long, peaceful time in Rocket. Just people living peaceful lives in the valley, surrounded by hills on all sides, with the ocean before us. And we don't even gather the bounty of the ocean, because there's so many chickens and so many pigs. So many berries and tubers. Things are great there.
Life isn't about how to survive the storm, but how to dance in the rain.
Thank you, Grimmith, reading Taylor Swift. Yay! We can build a dance hut. We can build a dance hut if we get unhappy, which will also give us more education. We can learn some dances. We can get harems, which gives us more growth, everyone. Because that's not a completely debunked theory of reproduction. Bird dance. If Cassidy weren't dead and captured a bird, the bird could teach us how to dance. Have you not heard about that? So the evolutionary development theory that people think of at the natural time is if you have one man with many women, then that's going to lead to more reproduction because the man can keep making women pregnant and then they're going to keep giving birth. So you're going to get more population growth with harems. Yay! Except that the number of women is still the same. What's it matter if one guy is knocking up all the women rather than all the women getting to get knocked up by whichever girl she desires? I love that it requires the dance hut. We can have polygamy. We can have polygyny. But we can have polygamy, but only if there's a nightclub. Blood dance can be built by the storyteller. Bird dance can be built by subdued birds. Fertility dance can be built by the storyteller. We might want to just build a storyteller to build some of these dances. Requires a dance hall to build. Well, I guess we want to build a dance hall at some point. Leads to cultural identity. What do you think, chat? Should we build baskets? Hammers? Persistence hunting? So we can build a chaser to carry on Cassidy's legacy. Or develop a cultural identity. I'm going to hydrate and see if there's any input from chat. Hawk thinks baskets are more important than culture. I say baskets are culture. Okay. Do you want to get our childcare huts? Or do we want more food? We're 400 turns till growth, so we think we still need more food. Our folklores all take 13 turns, but that's fine. Our storyteller will take like 6 turns, that's fine. Dance hut, can we build a dance hut even? Nut cracking stone! Stone tool maker. Oh, stone tool maker gives us more production, so we'll probably go with that. We don't even have the access to a dance hut. We don't have everything we need for it. I think we build the stone tool maker so that we have more production. And we save the game regularly. It's now 148,205 BC. At long last, the volcano that we've never discovered has become extinct. Well, good job. I love that we keep getting pop-ups about volcanoes that just don't have anything to do with us. We're gonna find some continent that's a volcanic hellscape. At some point. I mean, our continent is not very big. We're on the southern end of the continent. In the center, we have the barbarian city of Mariona, not to be confused with the barbarian city of Rocket. And in the north, we have the foul Adolf Hitler and his Mayans in Yaxmutal. And then there, over there is just like undeveloped. So eventually we're gonna be dealing with yeah, we have unrestricted leaders, so Adolf Hitler is leading the Mayans. And that was our first contact in the game. So officially the only other official civilization that we know about is Adolf Hitler with the Mayans. Oh no, we're losing money now. Why are we losing money? What's causing us to lose money? Ah, we actually have a civic upkeep from our communal government.
The way to become rich is to put all your eggs in one basket, and then watch that basket.
We can make a basket maker, which will give us +1 money, which will pay for things. Requires a storage pit or a granary, or a shopping district. Requires bark or grass, or straw or vines. We don't have any of that. We don't have access to the things we need to make baskets. Let's get a cultural identity. Maybe that will help us figure out how to weave baskets. I think we don't have access. Yeah, we have wood. We don't have access to anything that will let us make a basket. Yet. That's a burnt forest. There's bamboo. If we had the bamboo, we'd have access, but we don't have the bamboo. The seagrass isn't gonna help us. Yeah, we're full up of food, basically. Like, we should not be developing growth this early in the game. Like, I think it needs to be very clear. 5 of this 11 is coming from those pigs. One of those 11 is coming from the undeveloped roosters in our, like, center. No, we don't even have that. We just get, like, the benefit of having the resource. But we have, you know, all this food coming in from this, leading to growth. We should not be having that sort of growth going on. Like, it should not be a sensible thing to have large amounts of growth at this point. We need a storage hut if we want to build baskets anyway. We don't have access to a storage hut. So, yes we do. Maybe needed to build basket maker, dance hut. Oh, all this is hiding behind the storage pit. Let's make the storage pit, see if we can unlock any of those other buildings. You know, maybe it will behoove us to dig a hole in the ground and put our potatoes in the hole so that the cocks stop eating the potatoes. The Neanderthal Scout! It's even stronger. That I don't like. Fortunately, I don't think that the Neanderthals enter our borders. That's kind of worrisome. That is a strong... That unit is twice as strong as any of ours. We might need to build a few more units. A volcano has quieted down wherever the volcanoes are. Do we build a better unit? Do we have a better unit? Storyteller's the only one we have, but that's not really useful unless we get a dance hall. So we can build percussion instrument maker, bathing rituals. We can build the dance hut, so we can learn to dance. We cannot build the basket weaver. We don't have the resources to weave baskets. We don't have the resources to make clothes. We don't have the resources to acquire best viewers on Streambo. Get fucked. We do have the resources to get a storyteller. Let's get a storyteller, like, in the city. I like that idea. The borders of Rocket are about to expand. Let's go. I don't think it's going to give us any new resources, but maybe one of these tiles has what we need to weave clothes and baskets. The culture is now minuscule and has grown outward to get more pig. Rocket is like, we want more pig, actually. I love that it just grew this one tile. Which actually I think means you move there for observation purposes. Because the expansion of borders handles where you were. Hitler is now the largest nation in the world. We're gonna need to send someone up to check out Hitler. Who's got our best movement? Scouts have best movement. And the best military power. But they can only defend. Well, let's build a scout real quick. I need to send someone up north, find out what's going on with Hitler. I don't like the sound of Hitler being the biggest nation. Okay. And now, do we have any more production? We have some production hiding behind the childcare hut. I don't think all of this food is really going to matter very much. The creation myth might. But I think we are going to be best off getting childcare going. And possibly sneakily going behind to put the kids to work. In the interim, send that scout north. We're gonna spy on Hitler.
A nation's culture resides in the hearts and in the soul of its people.
Yay, Mahatma Gandhi! Enables the Elder Council and military standards. We can build meager culture. Leads to some things with other stuff. So we have binding, percussion, games. So we still have the same basic stuff. I like the games. Okay, games I'm worried about because it will introduce the concept of theft, and we have relatively high crime. So if we get games, we're going to get thieves. So maybe we should get Salt gatherers reveal marble. Do any of these reveal anything? Binding reveals ropes and vines. So we're going to go binding, because I think ropes and vines will let us make clothing. I absolutely love that we have this stone throw here just cornered by ours. So there's just like this little bundle of bandits causing problems, and there's a little bundle of like defenders there. There's probably a whole like D&D campaign going on in this little corner, like about these people causing trouble, and because like presumably all of these little tiles have irrelevant villages. Oh, that was in the game. Okay, I thought that was like a noise outside. So there's Rocket. Or no, not Rocket, the Scout. The Scout sneaking by Mariona, which is potentially dangerous. There's a fire up there. Love wildfires. Love that this mod has wildfires. And that wildfire lets us get north a little faster. This whole mission is to spy on Hitler and find out what exactly the game meant by Hitler being the biggest nation in the world. Because I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that. Nga. There's a Neanderthal city founded here. Nga. Okay. That I kind of like, because I think means that they're going to cause issues for Hitler over time. That's good. Surplus game harvested by hunters has fueled a minor population boom. I'm not sure I like the sound of population booms up there. But I do very much appreciate seeing that city formed. Okay, we've built the childcare hut. We can have the Elder Council now. Do we have what we need to establish child labor? Unless it's an automatic thing, we don't. We can have childbirth. I think I want to look at what's going on. Looks like we do not automatically get child labor. Captured fire takes a long time, but gives us just faster construction of fire pits and a golden age in the... I don't need a golden age, I don't think. Okay. Do we want the Elder Council? I think we want more growth. I like the idea of more growth. So we can get ants or grasshoppers, we can get carrion, nests, termites, tide pools, the fire pit. We have so much surplus health that none of these health issues bother me much. Percussion instrument will pay for our... Let's get the percussion instrument maker. That will pay for our government expenses, it looks like. Okay, we can see that Hitler has grown. which is something we don't like. Hitler also has roosters and donkeys. Dramatic. That music is so dramatic as we approach Hitler. Hitler's gatherers are making a road. Can we enter Hitler's territory?
Having discovered this skill, I vow to make it work for the tribe. You can consider this promise binding.
From Grod the Riser, Udishitra in the Symphonatics Forum. They're quoting someone from the forums for Caveman to Cosmos in the... Okay, I like that. Roper provides rope. Rope bridges, if we have rope, gives trade routes. Vine Gatherer provides vines, requires jungle in vicinity. We have no vines, we have no rope. We can get bounty hunters. Okay. Looks like we have to come down here to see anything. Okay, Hitler has not grown in population size. It looks like Hitler's only... It looks like Hitler's only bigger than us. No, Hitler's the same size as us. 5 tiles. Okay, so Hitler being the largest nation in the world is just like a random ordering amongst everyone tied for first, including us, sort of thing. Okay. I don't know. Bounty Hunter is a promotion chain, so I don't... So we'll have to, like, gain XP for it. And our crime is stagnant at 33. So the only crime... I say high crime. Crime is the only thing we have that's bad. Even water pollution's chilled out. And it's... lying. Lying is the only crime we have. So, you know, we can promote bounty hunters to trap the people who tell lies. Maybe that means we should get gaming. Okay, so the scout has verified what's going on in Hitler's domain. And the answer is deer and chickens and donkeys. So Hitler has more than us. But Hitler also has more problems, because Nya is right there. So go ahead. We'll have our scout just explore until they die. Hawk, the guy that never lies. For that, we're going to call this scout here a hero. The hawk who never lies has told us that Hitler is not actually all that big. It just seems like it because Hitler's in a great big river plain instead of nestled amongst a bunch of hills. So anyway, Hawk will now wander around up there, just kind of giving us updates on the state of the world until they get killed by Neanderthals. I really do want my second city to be up here near the seals. Totally not lying about Hitler. Swear, boss, this Hitler dude, you don't need to worry. It's a nothing. And since we're not worried about Hitler, we will... Wild Herbs Gatherer. We will make a nest thief. Woohoo. Actually, no. Let's grab a couple gatherers. So just so we can trail everything up, because we don't need them anytime soon. We have, you know, the second rooster to grow into. But I think having everything trailed up so that it's easy to move around inside our territory, and then setting up production is going to matter. A Neanderthal scout has arrived. That's a problem. Tribal Guardian cannot attack. Hopefully that means that the Neanderthal scout can't pillage.
The secret to a successful hunt is this. Make sure your prey gives up before you do.
Thank you. That will give us clubmen. Because we're starting to have issues, let's get some clubmen. And now we'll learn how to steal eggs. Okay, that Neanderthal is left, so we don't need to worry about them anymore. And the second gatherer can join the first in building the trail out through the backup roosters to the backup pigs. As time moves on to 134,585 BC. It's been so long since the start of the game. So many hundreds of thousands of years have passed. And really, to the people of Rocket, Hitler is just a boogeyman in the north. The real problems are these Neanderthal scouts who just come through every now and then and raid our pigs. Slow down our growth. But you know what? I think if we make a dance hall, then we can dance our cares away, and we aren't going to care about the Neanderthals coming in disrupting our pork flow. Also, we don't care because apparently people have gone to work on the backup roosters instead. That's so silly. I love it. Resources eggs have been built by the citizens of Rocket. Tell me more about Resources eggs. We have the production of 1 egg. Yay. Because we have the specialized nest stealer, we have eggs. Even though we also have poultry.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Thank you, Alexander William Kinglake of Eothen, or Traces of Travel, brought home from the East. It's very funny because this is the technology that enables us to make clubmen. And also stoneworkers if we have access to stone. Which will reveal marble if we have access to it, which we don't. Cooking will give us more health. We don't need it yet. So let's get games. Find out if we actually have thieves. We're going to learn about games. Moose herds near Rocket have grown particularly large. Moose herds in the north. Yay. That was apparently a very good year for moose. And Hitler's had a better time of it than us. Sad. Game's so problematic, it really just loves Hitler. The Mayan Empire is ruled by Adolf Hitler. So Hitler is Hitler. Hitler is literally Hitler. And because they're the first civilization we met, and we can't learn to translate other people's languages and establish diplomacy until we discover writing, we are going to have hundreds of, like 200,000 years of enmity between us and the Mayans. So Hitler is going to be like our ancestral enemy. It's very funny. But for now, Rocket is just chill. The barbarian civilization in the valleys, in the Valley of Rocket, is just chill. Learning how to make games. Building a dance hut. Cycling off people into the north. And hey! The Hawk Who Never Lies has come back. I know it says the enemy, but the Neanderthals aren't really that enemy. Although I suppose we should get a clubman or a slinger. Clubmen are a little bit faster. So let's make a couple clubmen just in case of problems. Because these Neanderthal scouts are strong compared to us. And we know that Mariona has lots of people. Yeah, look, that scout is 2.5 times stronger than our stone thrower. And almost as strong as a clubman, which is a tier of unit above them. Okay. And now because we built the dance hall, we can get harems. Which become brothels when we have legalized gambling. This game. And now we have finally gotten whatever we need to establish child labor. And I see no negatives. Besides it going away when we switch off of communal. So, yay, child labor. The clubman can finally kill this barbarian, so let's go do that. The mic just got very crackly. Is it continuing to be crackly, or was it intermittent? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It might have just been peaking when I talk. It looks like I'm peaking. Wah, wah. And there we go. Hi, we love child labor. I think it got better. I noticed I was peaking, and I'm still peaking. Can just make it a little softer, and that avoids the peaking. Way. There we go. I think that's better. Yeah, I need to get a real microphone is what I need to do. I need a job for that. Let's go. Anyway, this barbarian's been sitting there for like 70,000 years. Let's go. Oh, it's only a 63% chance of killing. Let's go. God damn it. There was only a 63% chance of winning. Neanderthal Scout is at least not at war with us, I don't think, so I don't think it's actually going to attack us. It's just going to make our people nervous. I don't like that we keep getting those things. Hawk Who Never Lies has withdrawn from combat with a Neanderthal clubman from Nga. Hawk. Get away from there. You get over. I'm gonna try and kill that barbarian. Get some XP on someone here. I was just talking about how
Yesterday's home runs don't win today's games.
Thanks, Babe Ruth. Also, the Hawk Who Never Lies was destroyed by a predatory solitary brown bear. Escaped from the Neanderthal army to be eaten by a bear. R.I.P. Hawk. At the same time that we discover games and also how to steal things. Or leads to. Leads to theft. Oh, we don't actually have theft yet. Okay. We can just research how to steal things now. We have capture the flag, hopscotch, hot potato if we have potatoes, juggling, jump rope if we had rope. Well, let's learn how to cook. And we need to save the game. R.I.P. Hawk. The Null is still alive as a hero, but that's because Null is defensive. Where is Null? Yeah, there's Null. Okay. Only a 50% chance now. Well. Can you follow up? 80% chance on the follow-up. Oh, that was a disaster. Uh-oh. Child labor is going to be delayed as we actually build, like, 2 clubmen, so we actually can do this. We had them cornered. We could have just let them be. But we had to try to end the problem permanently. And the problem became much worse. It's approaching rocket.
Too awkward.
Oh, they moved forward to take the hill. Build up is an alternate form of fortify.
caballero.
You two aren't going to be moving anytime soon. So let's build up. The Tribal Garden's going to build up crime fighting. And Null is going to build up range targeting. The Clubman is going to be moving, so the Clubman is just going to chill while the next one comes. Because there's no sense in building up a promotion line. But that's interesting. So that's what those police promotions that we've been seeing are for. You build up your city guard, and your city guard gets all of the anti-crime stuff. Okay, we want our clubman to go. And if we check here now, crime is still at 33%. So I don't think the crime fighting matters much because we don't really have crime. I don't think they can stop lying. But that's there. Okay. They have had some promotions because they've won a couple of fights. They're building up the range targeting promotion line. That's part of why they're so strong. It's only a 27% chance of winning. But we have to go at it. And hope that we do enough damage to have a reasonable chance on this next one. 99% chance. We have finally ended them and obtained military captives. We have obtained military captives. Let's go. Let's do the combat line here. We're gonna bring you back home, escorting our military captive. I don't know what military captives do, but we've captured them, and we're gonna put them to work on something. Okay, so the clubman can sit here and build up restful recovery. Finish construction of the child labor crew. Promote to a stone freer. Become free and add food to the city. Become a gatherer. Construct worldview cannibalism, allowing us to butcher human and Neanderthal captives for food. Or we wait one turn and see what we can help build there. So let's wait one turn. Because I think next turn we're going to have some new production. We have child labor in place. We can get... We should probably just get the Folklore of the Sea built because we live nearby. Can you finish the Folklore of the Sea? Yes. Okay. I think that's more productive for us than developing cannibalism. So we'll have our captive tell us about their myths of the sea. And integrate into our community.
So long as you have food in your mouth, you have solved all questions for the time being.
That would have been very funny if we picked cannibalism. We did not. That will give us food bonuses with pigs and poultry. Oh, butchery is probably something we want to build. Let's build our ground stone. And can we build our butcher right away? If we can't, I want to look up what. We probably need the fire pit for butchery. Let's look it up, because that is going to give us a lot of benefits, I think. Requires slaughterhouse or industrial farms. Aww. Requires cooking, shelter breathing, and slaughterhouse or industrial farms. We need cooking, shelter breathing, poultry, storage pit. We have that. So we should be able to build the slaughterhouse, right? We can build mermaid folklore. I think we'll build the fire pit. I'm not quite sure why we can't build. Girl, pat pat. I have E, but it's I got the second vial a little early, and I'm looking at it, and it's got stuff growing in it, I think. So yay! You also have E. Oh, that's right, you forgot to grab the syringes. I remember you told me this. Yeah, like, I opened it up and I'm like, there's particulate floating inside of this vial. So yeah. I imagine I should not be injecting the thing with floating particulate that seems to be potentially swimming. So it's become a science project, and I'm like keeping it, and I'm looking at it every now and then going, what's going on in that estrogen vial? Yeah, girl fungus, exactly. I like the girl fungus in the estrogen vial. I don't like the girl fungus in my veins. So it's not going to be in my veins, which means I'm not going to be injecting any estrogen until I get the new job. Which brings us back to the I-9 bullshit, which theoretically should be resolved by Wednesday. Hitler the Puny is dropped to 5th largest civilization in the world. We can't send Hawk north again to check because Hawk has died. But to our knowledge, Hitler is just the same size as us, so really, we don't have to worry. I would also like to remind people that we have not invented clothing. Also, our borders expanded again. Yay! We have access to a forest that doesn't give us anything. Isn't that lovely? I just love that we don't have clothing because we don't have any materials to make clothing out of. So we can't build weavers' huts or have clothing or anything. Okay, so we've built the fire pit. And we do not have access to the slaughterhouse. So I guess we just don't have access to slaughterhouses. Do we have anything else that we really want? I kind of want some more culture. Which means dances. Which means a couple storytellers. And also a field to play sports. We're gonna build sport. The enemy, it's that scout again. It's in our territory. Could you leave? That's... Hey, they left. The people of Rocket celebrate caribou hunting season. Yay! We have so much food and still 300 turns until everything grows. I wanted the fields after the storytellers.
The ground was stone, but I ground it, and it not stone no more.
Thanks. We could grind rice or wheat or barley if we had any. Let's learn how to dry. Maybe we'll reveal dried meat. Because apparently we subsist off of cock and pork. And news from afar of dormant volcanoes. Sounds scary. Mountains erupting? Mountains sound scary too. Super tall hills. We don't have anything like this around here. Okay, the storyteller. We can create the fertility dance. We can create the fire dance, the moon dance. Okay, we can create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dances. Which means we're going to want to build 6 more storytellers to get all the dances, probably. Because they all give us culture. Except for the war dance. So maybe the blood dance. So maybe we don't care about that. Fertility dance gives us growth, happiness, and culture. We get happiness and culture for the fire dance. Culture and espionage for the moon dance. Culture and money for the nature dance. And we're still losing money on maintaining our government. So let's do the nature dance first. And fields are going to give us some happiness that we don't really need. So let's spend 30 turns making storytellers and developing formalized dance as a cornerstone of our culture. Let's go ahead and build a stone tools workshop, I guess. We're not going to use it anytime soon. We can only work one tile, but it'll give us options. We keep hearing rumors of volcanoes. I love those. Okay, so now it's between, I think, moon, rain, and fertility. And I think fertility is the best. So we're going to get the fertility dance, which will Become obsolete with women's suffrage. I think that gives us a lot of time to benefit from women dancing. Yay. So we dance about nature, we dance about women. Next time we're going to dance about the moon. It's going to be great. We aren't limited to only one dance, are we? Nope, we are not. Okay. They just continue lasting forever. Yay! They don't expire, do they? They do not. Our education's grown. We have even more argumentative awareness. So our conservatives not wanting to change how our government works are even stronger. But we did not actually improve our research. The nature dance did start giving money to pay for our government, though. Okay, let's give us moon dance. Yay, more dances. And more hunting successes. Also, because I've learned how build-up works, I should build up all of you. Range targeting. You should come over here, I think. Yes. We can build the rain dance now. Build up ranged targeting. And this next storyteller gives us the fire dance, which we only get in our capital, but we can only have our capital right now, so it's fine. A fire's destroyed a building. What did the fire destroy? Our local forces brought it under control before it could spread. Fires raging in barbarian cities. What did we lose? Our child labor crew is still there. But not our child care hut. Is that going to undo our child labor crew? Our child care hut burned to the ground.
Food is to eat, not to frame and hang on the wall.
Thank you. Let's get some soft hammer percussion. Okay, did not automatically disable our child labor. But our childcare hut is actually more important than our storytellers. So let's get that rebuilt because it's health and a big chunk of culture. Is flammability a problem now? Flammability is a little bit of a problem. Disease is growing back. We have 98 turns before it becomes a problem, but disease is starting to return. Because the childcare hut burned down, I think. Because the childcare hut gave us health. So I think the lack of proper childcare is causing issues. But we're getting that back. Another fire. What got burned down now? The fire pit. Well, I think that's going to resolve some of our fire problems if we don't have the fire pit. Yes, that has reduced our flammability slightly. I think we'll refrain from rebuilding the fire pit for the time being. War dance. Oh, and we don't need the last storyteller, because that storyteller is just going to be the blood dance, and we don't want the blood dance because it doesn't give culture. The blood dance is only if we're actively at war, and we aren't. Hitler is more powerful than we are. But the Neanderthals and the barbarians are between us, so I'm not super worried. We can focus on peace for now.
The finest workers in stone are not copper or steel tools, but the gentle touches of air and water, working at their leisure with a liberal allowance of time.
Well, if we have jade, we can gather jade. If we have metal, we can develop folklore about it, and we're going to reveal copper and gold and silver and tin and jade and salt and gems. We have none of the above. Let's get... Let's get our tapping and scraping and other tool-related things, because it's going to improve our stone tool workshop. And we've learned marble is nearby in the south. There's gold in the hills to the west. Oh, we have gold. We have gold right here. We have gold. And because gold gives us 3 hammers, that is immediately a better investment for our production. Which means I think we want to make another gatherer to go over and prepare the gold. If we can. We can't. We don't have mining. So... Oh, we need a stone tools workshop there, and then it'll get +2 commerce. And then if we develop mining... Okay. I don't think it'll give us any benefit now, but if we develop mining, a stone tool workshop there will give us commerce. I think we'll find out with a gatherer. It's only 2 turns. We'll send the gatherer over there. Improve the tile. And here, we can get more food and production from the drying frame and health. Yeah, let's go ahead. I think that's our best option. I like food, but I like production.
When elephant steps on a trap, no more trap.
Yay, we develop traps, which we can use to build things, but we don't actually have access to trappable resources. The main benefit here is that it improves our something. From our dances, and then we discover gold, and it's like, yay, gold. Okay. We do have our stone tool maker. We have our creation myth. We haven't done the creation myth yet. That'll give us science. Do we favor science now? Snare tracks gives us more production. But we're down to 9 turns on the creation myth and all of those. Yeah, let's do the creation myth. Let's get our myths and our folklore out of the way. And then when the gold comes in, we'll be able to integrate gold into our folklore. It'll be great. I look forward to eventually developing writing and making peace with everyone. That scout is just so worrisome. Okay, we've established our creation myth. Now we can run our way down here. Starting with mermaids. Let's learn about mermaids. We are the most advanced civilization in the world. Our focus on tech and culture makes us just the best. Really, everyone around the world hears about Rocket and is like, oh, we want to go live there. They're a bastion of science and technology and culture. And then they go, yeah, but they live in holes in the ground and they don't have clothes. The holes in the ground is outdated. We live in little lean-tos now that we build around our dance hall. But we still don't have anything that can be used to make clothing with our current technology. So, fortunately, the climate is comfortable. I'm just imagining that we're a bunch of people who lounge around eating chicken and pork and dancing naked and then discussing nature and science and philosophy and developing technologies.
The preparation of animal hides by traditional populations in Ethiopia, Alaska, and Canada today show that it can take 8 hours to scrape a single hide.
Says Nick Collins in the Telegraph. Neanderthal's macho image may be wrong. Thank you, Nick Collins. We can skin our creatures now. But I think we want to continue improving our toolmakers' science capacity. Okay, we've integrated mermaids into our cultural myths. I suppose we should introduce fire. Yay. It's berries and chicken and pork and potatoes and gold jewelry and dancing and telling stories about fire and mermaids. Really, doesn't it just sound like heaven? The borders have grown again. Yay! We now have more territory that doesn't do much of anything. We can... Oh, these are going to give us... Each of these is going to give us, like, a creature. So the sky gave us the unicorn, I guess. I'll just keep going. Stone. We'll just get all of our folklores. Because each one of those gives us an additional science. And that, like, almost trips a turn off of this. It doesn't quite chip a turn off, but, like... over time... like, we're... yeah, it's not insignificant at this point in the game, each of these little folklore bits. It's like all of the productivity added up, and now all of the science is adding up.
Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe.
And piercing will give us more technology from our stone tool maker. We can make culture. We're not going to, because it's going to be better for us to just integrate earth. And then we'll worry about integrating metal. Possibly do all of our mythological creatures. I think we're doing okay. I mean, it's so early in the game. But oh, it's past 100,000 BC. We're at 98,904 BC. Time flies. Time flies when you're telling stories. We've basically forgotten about Hitler. Hitler? Who? Who cares about Hitler? Gosh. I'm sure it won't be a problem at any point in the future. I mean, Hitler's got his own problem. Nya and Hitler are gonna be causing each other problems. In principle, we're gonna have problems from Mariona. But Mariona's so far away, and we have this northern post keeping an eye out. We're kind of just chill. So we could get dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, metal. Metal's 13 turns, 16 turns there. Is there anything I want before that? The food growth, I kind of want, but we don't need it. Let's actually check everything properly. 272, we have so much health. We could get carrion and such, but I don't think it's going to really matter that much. Vision quests are 13 turns, I think. The Vision Quest is just better, so let's get the Vision Quests going. I think that's just better culture, even if it doesn't give us a pittance of science. We almost have enough cultural projection that we can move,
Let
and we
your
don't need to
sharp
worry.
arrows pierce the hearts of the king's enemies. Let the nations fall beneath your feet.
Okay, we have our stone tool maker science. Nope, we have one more science out of there and one more production. Production's more important than science, so we will get the production going. Not because, like, production's more important than science in the long term, but because it gives us more bang for our buck and we're not in a hurry. So we'll get sharpening. We've learned all the different shapes of tools we can make, which is, like, improving our thought processes. And someone's like, what if we made our stone tools sharp? And it's like, brilliant. Let's do that. And we've established a habit of going on vision quests. So that's good. We can pick up juggling in 19 turns. The Elder Council in 16 turns is probably our best bet right there. I don't see much benefit in grabbing any of these until we do that. Yeah, we are getting close to wanting to build some of these food things. But I think snare traps or the Elder Council. Snare traps is food and production. Elder Council is health, which we don't care about. Science and culture. Obsolete with compulsory education. Obsolete with city planning. Well, let's get the snare traps. I think that's more important for the time being. And then you are 11 turns from being consumed, establishing the workshop, gathering gold. So we don't actually have gold jewelry floating around in the town yet, but we will. We are the third largest civilization in the world behind an unknown civilization and Hitler the Sewing. Let's research sewing. Let's see if we can't figure out how to sew our clothes together. Okay, what do we got to build now? Childbirth hunt. Okay, we've got... Okay, Elder Council time. We've got our animal snares. We're gonna get our Elder Council going. I like to imagine that we're just like using these sewing skills to like make little bits of jewelry with the gold, and that's what's passing for clothing in Rocket right now. Okay, we've got our Elder area. Do we need some spiked clubmen? Let's get a couple spiked clubmen just in case. And then we'll start making our food stuff. And I'm just going to queue up all the food stuff that we've been skipping so that I can't be questioned about it. Let's save the game before our big brush of food. It's the first time we've saved since Hawk died 30,000 years ago. These spiked clubmen should allow us to finally start bopping these
weary and worn, with eyelids
scouts.
heavy and red, a woman sat in unwomanly rags, plying her needle and thread. Stitch, stitch, stitch.
Yay! I think we'll go skinning. We need that for the economy. And we'll check. We're still living in lean-tos. We have all our dances. We don't have any crime still. Okay, our spiked clubman is here. Just in case, build up restful recovery. We're not like marching our spiked clubmen out, they're just hanging out in case those Neanderthals come too close and cause problems again. Our border is weird, it goes like that. It doesn't touch this little square. We've added ant catching to our duties, so the ants won't be on the food. Now we're going to catch grasshoppers and try not to pay attention to that wildfire. We are the 5th most powerful civilization in the world. There's 4 unknown better than us, but we are a mile above Hitler the Puny. Let's go. The upside of Hitler being in the game is I guess we can always feel good when we're better than Hitler. A result of expanding national culture, we have deepened our personality. We get a new trait for our leader. Or we can pick a negative trait for removal. This is our first trait of the game. So we have philosophical, which gives us money from specialists. Aggressive spiritual gives us state religion benefits. Organized gives us happiness in our big things, specialist production. Industrious, more production. Creative. Financial. So we have so many options. Oh my gosh. Progressive, honest. Naturalists give us health and happiness per city. Doctors in all cities. Financial gives us benefits for merchants and specialists. We don't have specialists anytime soon. Expansive gives us just a flat bonus on production and growth, which I really like. Reduces benefits from certain specialists. I think we're probably going to go expansive. Charismatic. Good later, maybe. Protective. Good later. Imperialist. Good later. Seafaring. Potentially very good later. Gives us production on sea tiles. Deceiver seems very good later. Scientific, again, we don't really have scientists and specialists. Humanitarians, we don't have citizens. Yeah, I think we're going to go just expansive. I think that's that flat bonus of +1 production and food is just so worth it. Which, now it's 123 turns until growth. Yay. We are now an expansionist culture.
There are more ways of skinning a cat than rubbing its fur the wrong way.
Yay! We'll find furs and hides, possibly. Let's get natural pigments, because it's running behind. Doesn't look like we have furs or hides. Maybe we'll gather one of those later. I find it hard to believe we can't skin our pigs to make clothes. Although that sounds gross. Who wants to wear pig clothes? You. Get out of there. Don't make me march my spiked clubmen out. They're strength 3 and you're only strength... Strength... I can't see you because you've walked away. When you come back, I'll check your strength and we'll see how badly you'll whip our spiked clubmen. There you are, you're back. You are almost strength 3. The Neanderthal Scout, which is like the weakest Neanderthal unit, is almost as strong as our advanced spiked clubman. I do think our little village is kind of cute, though. Look at our cute little village. I'm not looking forward to having to clean up Neanderthals from our territory. Okay, we have a Skinner, which will give us food and commerce. I'm kind of tempted to just keep going from the left because everything's kind of fast. Let's do a quick skim if there's anything that looks super exciting. Music Hut seems interesting. Slaughterhouse! We have access to the slaughterhouse, which will let us build the butchery. I think we want the slaughterhouse, actually. Okay. Because our food is so meat dependent, it's important that we have that. We should probably also have the cook fire, even though it causes things to burn down. Presumably we know, because fire is integrated into our culture, and we've had that you know, searing meat is important.
On a pallet.
Great masterpieces were once only pigments on a palette. Aw. That means you can paint too. You don't need to use AI. Just go learn. So let's see. Carving, bark working, poison crafting. Or trap fishing, which will let us be able to work water tiles and reveal things. Let's do trap fishing. Did we discover any pigments nearby? There's resin over there. We've known about that for a bit. Gosh, there's like no... There's some clay way up by Hitler. And we are not a pigment-heavy continent. Our art is mostly going to be gold. Ah. Microphone, no. Oh, you're right there. I think I have to. 73% chance. We can't let you be this close to us. Okay. The first one perished. But that's what the second spiked clubman is for. Victory! Our first defense of the territories against an outside force coming in the hands of the spiked clubman. Speaking of spiked clubman, we can upgrade Null to a slinger. And our old clubman into a spiked clubman, and we should do that. Can we upgrade our tribal guardian? Not yet. Okay. So, build up range targeting. Actually, just standard fortify. And Spiked Clubman 2 leveled up in the defense, which means that it's hero time. So what promotion line are we going to go down for our... In here, I think we'll go down the sting line. The spiked clubman won against a larger unit, theoretically. So we can make it a bounty hunter. Enclosed versus recons. Our main enemies are scouts, so let's do enclosure versus recons. And unless you have a reason to not want it, as the most recent chatter cell, you'll be our heroic spiked clubman. Going once. Going twice. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Rah! Sahil, the spiked clubman. Defender of Rocket. Against recon enemies, because that's your specialization now, is fighting recon enemies. We can only build up restful recovery. So let's do a standard fortification. Okay. We can get a clay pit going, which gives us production. Beach sand, which gives us commerce. Okay, we don't have access to clay, but we do, sort of. The butcher gives us +1, but also because we have pigs and poultry, it will give us +3 in 11 turns. Go butchery. I think +3 food production in 11 turns is very worth it. Mariona here has grown drastically. And because we have kind of this forward, let's be a little risky and see about marching forward here. Okay, that I don't like, so we're probably going to come back. That's a little too far north then. We had too much benefit from being on this hill. As far as visibility. Build up range targeting. Which is something I really like about this mod. I've never actually bothered to click what that button does. I like that instead of just fortifying for defense, we have the option to choose a promotion line based on the unit type and get that promotion line's bonuses for several levels instead of just like a flat 20% defense. So this is going to give us, I think, several like first strike chances, which will greatly improve our chance of defending against an attack by just killing enemy pieces before they get close. And then we have the restful healer in there who's just gonna heal everyone up in the area. Okay, we've got meat, which means we can make a dried meat maker. But I don't think we have the health need for it. Yeah. And, well, I do like that we're down to 61 turns of growth until we actually grow. I don't think that 15 turns is a worthwhile expenditure on that unless we have other things. Like, this is probably something we want before we do that. In fact, it's probably something we want before we do any of these things. So let's get that clay pit going. Why can we get clay? Because we have access to it, I guess. I guess we just have access to clay somewhere. I'm not quite sure I understand where clay access comes from, but We have it, so we can make the clay pit. It's not the very fine clay that they have up north, but we have clay. That's what matters. And it will help us grow our food, it will help us grow our production, it'll just help us with everything.
Time is but the stream I go fishing in. I drink at it, but while I drink, I see the sandy bottom and detect how shallow it is. Its thin current slides away, but eternity remains.
Yay, we're gonna find a bunch of sea stuff. Which we have access to clams in our ocean. Do we want bark working, carving, or poison crafting? Carving improves the stone tool maker. I like improving buildings that I already have built, so that's my answer. Ooh. We are the most advanced, followed closely by Hitler. Don't like that we're followed closely by Hitler. But I do like that we are the most technologically advanced civilization in the world. And we're about to get clay, which will make us just unstoppable. So we could get a little bit more technology with our additional myths. More culture with our music hut. But at this point, I think it behooves us to just kind of run down our list here. So this will reduce our crime. Again, I'm not super concerned about crime, I don't think. Like, what's our crime at? Yeah, our crime is still stagnant at 31. The only crime that we have here is lying, which exists if we have any crime at all. So this would mean that in like 15 turns, our people stop lying. But lying only gives us 1 unhappiness, and we have a plus 17 happiness boost, so I don't think it's important. That will give us culture, but it will kick us over the flammability burden. And I'm concerned about that. That gives us espionage, but that also costs us money, and we're making money, so I don't want that. So I think we're just gonna grab the nut stone, then the trails, the herbs, and our remaining folklores. And then we'll visit what's going on after that. That's a lot queued up. So let's save before this, just in case. In 75,117 BC. I like that when we get our second population, all 3 of these tiles are identical to work. Because the 2 pigs and the cock are all 5 food, 1 production. We could get a gatherer out there and improve this, which would make that 4, 5, 6 food, 3 commerce, which might be better. But I don't think it's better enough to be priority over what we've already queued. I also love that we only have 2 civilizations here. And remember, there's 17 on the map. Plus any that spawn from barbarian or Neanderthal cities.
The past is prophetic in that it asserts loudly that wars are poor chisels for carving out peaceful tomorrows.
Yay! Okay. Bone working doesn't improve things. Flint napping does improve our stone tool maker. But poison crafting and bark working are both cheaper. And I think bark might give us clothing. Do we actually... Do we have clothing now? None that it says. We have lard and eggs and charcoal. We have higher education. Well, not higher education. We have some education. We don't actually have access to clothing yet. We have all the knowledge to make clothing, we just don't have the resources. You're sleepy? That's very understandable. Heart, heart. Cuddle up in a lean-to. Full on berries and tubers and chicken. And fall asleep naked and watching the fertility moon dances of Rocket. Because that's what we do as a civilization, is dance naked on the beach. Have a sweet night. Developing dragon folklore. We will integrate the dragons into our fertility dances. And there was a successful deer hunt near our gold harvesting area. And our borders are about to expand, and kaboom, there they go. We have a very flat northern border, but we have a lot in the south. It goes all the way over to this gold over here now. A volcano! We still haven't seen or heard of any of them. But with all this talk of fire and volcanoes, we're imagining firebirds. And unicorns now are getting conceived of.
The oldest known sandals, and the oldest known footwear of any type, were discovered in Fort Rock Cave in the U.S. state of Oregon. Radiocarbon dating of the sagebrush bark from which they were woven indicates an age of at least 10,000 years.
Woo, to put them at 8,000 BC, and we've got it in 67,827. Let's go. We can get a bark gatherer. And bark huts. As soon as we have access to bark. Let's get that poison out of the way. Because it's cheap. Okay, we've done all of that. We've developed some new things, so we still have like a row plus of options. Culture from tree carvings. I like culture, but we just built a lot of it. Health from childbirth, we don't need it. We have so much. Culture from the music hall and happiness. We're so happy. We're so healthy. We're gonna grow in 2 turns. I don't know if harems are going to help. Folklore is cool. Beach sand is pretty cool. Dried meat is pretty cool. Poop holes. I think we're fine on health. We have 33 out of 7 health. We're fine for now. Let's get that bark gatherer because it will unlock bark houses, which will be better for our people. So let's build that bark gatherer. Less for the 1 stick and more for the... yeah, we're gonna do that. 10 turns. Yeah. I think that's better. So we've got the food there. We've got the production there. We'll get the gatherer, because I think we can send the gatherer out for the clams and the... Heaven.
The venom clamors of a jealous woman, poison more deadly than a mad dog's tooth.
We've enabled some buildings which give us unhappiness and problems for money. Not sure why we want those, but yeah, we have them. We can't be Kara because we don't have mushrooms in the vicinity of our community. Let's go ahead and get tracking. I'm going to say I would like a gatherer, please. There's only 1 turn. Okay. That gatherer we'll find out real quick if that gatherer can go grab clams. Now, do we get? Tree carvings are 9 turns. That's our most expensive thing. Do we have any wonders? 9 turns to capture fire. El Kigli. We can only build 1 world wonder. 252. LL McCallum. 333. It's 43 turns. I don't think it's worth it. Why would I spend 43 turns to get +3 when I can spend 7 to get +2? When we get trade, we get -2. The harems the harems stop giving us food and start giving us happiness when we have trade. And when we have tobacco and alcohol, we get unhealthiness. I can't believe that this is a mechanic there. I do want growth, though. So I think we are getting the harems going for that pittance of growth. And we're checking out our bark huts. Our lean-tos are still present. No, our lean-tos have been displaced. Our tree hollows are still present. But we have our bark huts, which give us more production, more commerce. They still give us the unhealthiness, but... yeah. Okay, we can't actually go develop the clams. After the harems, we'll look to see if there's anything else that might go develop the clams. I love that we're you know, 100,000 years ago, the bulk of the people were living in holes they dug in the ground. And then they learned to let up little lean-tos. And now they've learned how to make little huts with bark. Like, I don't know, it just feels... we haven't really done much, but it feels like things are getting so much better in Rocket. I love it. And we had the little adventure of the war over here with the group. We had the harassment of the Neanderthals, the, you know, slightly not quite like us. Okay. So we don't have anyone that can actually go out into the sea. So we can't improve the clams. We don't need health. We don't need crime reduction. Hey! We can make baskets finally! Which I think means that we have access to clothing. We can have hopscotch. That gives us happiness and culture. I think culture is like our thing after science. So we'll do metal folklore, and then we'll do some culture. We're finally integrating gold into our proto-religion. We just have gold because it's pretty. I mean, we do have commerce, and we do have actually developing wealth, but, like, we don't have currency or anything. So Skinner gives us more wealth. Culture is more important than wealth. So I think we go music hut. And then dried meat maker, hopscotch, juggling, tree carvings. If tracking gives us some
If you chase two rabbits, you will lose them both.
Hey, that's an actual game thing. Revealing lizards. Enables camps on things. The Ainu culture, but we're not Asian. The Aka culture, we're not African. The Cree, theoretically, but we don't have rabbit, because rabbit's across the sea. So we aren't going to become Cree, I don't think. how to work bone. And we're gonna... Come on. Let me review rocket. Not the people. Thank you. Okay. It's not had a significant impact, but it does mean a little bit. So that's good. We are developing some disease now, but we are still a long way from developing a problem. We could probably combat that with actually developing some health. But so far, the worst we've had was an endemic strain of the common cold. So that should be okay. I think the disease thing is because we've increased in our population. And population density just grows disease. So I think it's inevitable as we become more growy that we're going to have disease issues until we develop more advanced healthcare than we have in 59,770 BC. Oh, it's 60,000 years ago. Give or take. You can't expect them to have vaccines yet. We don't have any reason to spend that. A powerful hurricane has made a direct hit in Rocket, destroying some building. Oh no. It got destroyed. We've lost our infrastructure of child labor. The hurricane destroyed child labor. Oh no. I think that's what got destroyed. No, we did have child labor. What got destroyed? Community discussions! Oh! That's more important than hopscotch. Get community discussions. The hurricane destroyed community... the cultural tendency to gather around a campfire and have large-scale community discussions. We need to fix that. Okay, now we can learn. Now we can construct the hopscotch court. I love it. This game is so cute.
Why I work bone to make bone work for me.
Woohoo! That might be worth. I'm not sure. Bone houses if we have bone. Bone houses don't seem quite as good as bark houses, though. That's got some simple woodworking. Woodworking seems good. We are not the most powerful civilization at all anymore. I'm slightly concerned about that. I'm sure it's going to be fine. kind of hoping that woodworking will give us wood huts, which I could have checked if it will give, but I don't know. I feel like having actual housing in like 50,000 BC is going to be really nice. Another Neanderthal scout is approaching. They've fled into that forest there, and we can't see them because they have higher hide than we have spot. That sounds great, actually. The idea that there's just a tribe of Neanderthal there. They haven't caused problems yet. But they are technically hostile to us and hiding in that wood. Which means that, like, the gold crafters and gold harvesters over here, they probably have, like, stories of boogeymen in the woods based upon the Neanderthal group that just lives in there and comes out every few thousand years.
Measure twice, cut once.
Woodwinds, snake charmers, lacquerware, dining halls. So it does not look like simple woodworking gives us access to wood houses. It does give us access to lacquerware. Reveals hats, jewelry, masks. Teepees, yurts. This lets us make the lacquerware. Let's learn about glue. They've come out again. Sahil has an 81% chance. So it's time to march Sahil out with backup to get ready to fight that scout. Scout ran away. But I think the lesson there is we need to camp here for if they come back to harass those pigs. Because the trails don't actually give us movement speed bonuses. They just let the resources come in. So there's not really a benefit to building the trails right now. It's just something for this gatherer that can't go gather the clams yet to do. But that does mean that we have to have Sahil out there ready to fight. Okay, what have we got now that we want to do? Feather worker. Can be built by stuff there. Woodwind instrument maker. We can make instruments. Smokehouse, which gives us +1 flammability. The dining hall is actually really good, I think. Bone worker is pretty good. I'm concerned about bone houses, because I think the bark houses are strictly better. But that does give me the +1, which sort of compensates. I think the dining hall is better for now. Yes. Dining hall. We're going to make a common dining hall. Let's go. I think that's really cool. We have a music hut. We have a dancing hall. We're going to have a common dining hall for the community. I'm going to keep hitting my mic with my hand because I get excited and I do the autistic tap thing. I think this is really nice. I like communal dining halls. I like communal dance halls. I like those being things. I feel like we don't have enough of those. It's like my only real complaint about out east is there isn't like, and maybe I just don't know where it is and I'm an idiot, but I don't feel like there's like the community hall, which is a thing that was like in Nebraska. You had like the community hall and you could just go to the community hall and there would be music and there would be food, but you didn't have to buy the food. You didn't have to pay to be there. You just were there and the community hung out. And I think it's very much like, hi, you're on fire. I think it's very much like a thing about like rural America, super small town America. Like, I don't think it makes as much sense in a big city just from density. Like my neighborhood in Baltimore has about the same population as my hometown growing up. And my neighborhood in Baltimore is only like 4 or 5 city blocks versus my like hometown being about a quarter of the size of Baltimore land area. So it would mean that you'd have to have like...
I was reading a book, The History of Glue. I couldn't put it down.
That's a joke. You could have like a community hall like every 3 or 4 blocks, basically, you would need. And I think that's doable, but I think when you talk about that and you realize the scale of it, I think people are like, well, why do we need those? You can just go to the restaurant. You can just go to the bar. Why do we need like a community center every like in the middle of every 6 blocks? That's so wasteful. Government spending. But like, I think it'll be a really good, cool thing. So we're gonna get tar, theoretically, if we find it. We're gonna be revealing tar. I don't know if we need resin. No, we won't be able to build the lacquerware. No. Make personal adornments. We don't have any tar nearby, and the resin is all the way over there, so we can't make lacquerware until we get resin. That's so sad. You could make wood spearmen, but they're just as strong as the spiked clubmen, so that's not necessary. Bone worker is pretty good. It's kind of between, I think, the bone worker and the instrument maker. Maybe the hunter's camp. The skinner. Basket maker is just 6 turns for some money. That's 11 turns for money and production. Bone maker it is, which means we're going to have bones, which means we're probably going to end up with bone huts. Which I don't really want bone huts, but we'll just live with having bone huts. Some people will want to make their huts out of bark, some will want to make their huts out of bone. Who are we to dictate? I like that we're making money. That's great. That means that we'll be able to spend that money to improve our troops when we actually need to. Okay, we have food. We have our bone worker. I want to take a look. Did we get bone houses? We did. We did. So the tree hollow is still around. The bone huts are still around. The barks are there. We have ants. What are the requirements for ants and flies? We have ants and flies. That's so sad. That's making our disease go up. Our disease is actually, like, existing now. Which gives us the common cold. No! Endemic cold is back. What's our best health benefit here? Fire pit gives us added culture, so that's pretty good. Childbirth hut gives us wet nurses. Bathing rituals don't give us much. Excrement holes reduce disease directly. Bone marrower will reduce disease directly. Excrement holes. Let's learn to poop in holes in the ground instead of, like, just wherever. Oh gosh, you are so good. Just building trails with our gatherer is improving our gatherer's skills. So maybe she will promote to a worker. Or we'll just make something really, really fast when the time comes to actually make something with her. And we're already halfway to our third population. Like, it's still a great many turns. We're already halfway there, so population-wise, it's okay. We're not actually hurting. The population's still growing. And really, this innovation about pooping in holes instead of, like, just wherever, groundbreaking.
Humanity can be roughly divided into three sorts of people. Those who find comfort in literature, those who find comfort in personal adornment, and those who find comfort in food.
What if you're a hedonist like me and you find comfort in all of them? So we're going to be able to not make jade masks because we don't have access to jade. We might be able to make hats. We don't have gold wares, so I don't think we can make jewelry. I think we will be able to make masks. We have bone, we'll be able to make piercings. So hopefully we can make masks, we can make hats. Hopefully we can make hats and jewelry. That'll all be very nice. Fire making. Let's learn how to make fires in a controlled manner. Okay. We've got poop holes, woodwind maker, smokehouse, piercer, mask carver. Okay, we can't make jewelry. We can't make hats yet. But we can make masks. Are masks what we want? Yeah, sure, let's make masks. Then people can wear masks and they can be like, yay. It's gonna be our first piece of clothing, our fancy, pretty masks people can wear to express their individuality. And stop the spread of COVID. We're COVID conscious in 48,000 BC. Let's go. 50,000 years early. We're just getting lots of free food. It's our turn to have all the free food. And apparently surplus growth up there in Hitler, who's gonna have a lot more territory. But we're not going to worry about that right now. We could send someone up there, but I'm not interested. What I am interested in, I think, is clearing out some of these older ones that only take 5 turns. We're getting more productivity. Do we have something that gives us more productivity? No. So we're kind of productivity capped. Do we have anything that gives us more food? Skinners. So let's get the Skinner. Then the Bone Marrower. The Hunter's Camp. The Smokehouse. There we go. Because more food is more production, basically. Literally on units, because when we build a unit, it eats our food. Okay, we still don't have any... I'm going to zoom out for a bit and check our actual borders. Oh, those are included. I wasn't quite sure if that square was included in our actual borders. Okay. I think we'll still come down here. Just because what we're doing, we're building the trail network just to gain experience for the Gatherer. We don't need these trails. It's just, it doesn't give us movement bonus. It doesn't do anything but give XP to the Gatherer. But since we don't need to actually build up more gold, it is going to give us XP. And then if we expand onto the seals and can get the seals directly, then cool. I think I still want the city up there, but...
Son of Iapetus, surpassing all in cunning, you are glad that you have outwitted me in stolen fire. A great plague to you yourself, and to men that shall be.
Yay! Fire! Bonfires, and funeral pyres, and flammability. And the Burn Garbage Civic. Well, let's see. I think we're probably still going to take it. I think we're still in the strict improvements stage. Right now, people are throwing trash anywhere, which is giving us +1 unhealthiness and requiring 25% more to grow and giving us disease. This will make us only need 10% more to grow. This will remove our disease increase and get our air pollution increase. So let's burn trash and get petroglyphs. And now that we're burning trash, Our air pollution is still super fine. So even though we have more air pollution from trash burning, it's not that big of a deal. We still have a plus 28 on health. Disease is going back down. We've lost the common cold. Just... problems. What are problems? And we've built animal hide tents. Is that like a strict improvement, or is that just another variety? It's just another variety. So now there are 4 varieties of housing. Bark hides are the best, but we get all of them. So really all this is more production, more commerce, and more sickness. The only housing that doesn't give us benefit are the tree hollows. But I just love that some people live in tents, some people live in bark huts, some in bone huts, some still live in the hollows of trees, probably down in those camps. And I accidentally clicked you, I didn't mean to. You're out there in case anyone invades. Because from that position you can hit basically all of our actually settled territory. The places that Sahil can't reach from there aren't really settled. We've built trails through there, we've scouted them, we lay claim. Fire! We're in the fire era. What did we lose? Go on, tell me what we lost. We lost... Our alpha male has been destroyed. The alpha male burned in the fire. Oh no. That is -1 production, but also it's only -1 production. It's not high enough priority to usurp what we're doing. We'll look in a moment, I guess. If we have 28, let's see, 11 turns, that's -11. And it'll take us 2 turns. Okay. Fine, we'll rebuild the alpha male. The alpha male will give us a marginal increase in production. And see, it saves us 1 turn on each of those, so it's a break even on production by building the alpha male again. Alpha male burned in a fire. Could have been worse. Could have been the child labor. Child labor burning in a fire would be a disaster.
The venerable woods, rivers that move in majesty, and the complaining brooks that make the meadows green, and poured round all, old oceans grey and melancholy waste, are but the solemn decorations all of the great tomb of man.
I don't think that actually does anything for us because we don't have caves. But I want to get rid of some of these cheap ones, like flint knapping. Oh, Gatherer finished that. Okay. Go over there. grind XP. We've got some wood spearmen coming south. That could theoretically be a problem. If they're coming for us, we are going to need to change production. So let's see where they're coming from. They're coming south. Okay. A military takes precedence. Wood spearmen are 3. Spike clubmen are 3. 25% versus melee. 25% versus mounted. So I think the spiked clubmen are our benefit here. So we're gonna get 3 more spiked clubmen. They can join Sahil's army in the defense. Yep, okay, they took out the northern scout. They are on their way. And because food is production here, it's better to work that while we get these online. Because that's 3 and that is 6. Because you have access here, we're gonna group everyone up there. And then I think we're gonna have Sahil lead the army north. So with this army, we'll just march north. Reestablish the northern border. Or they're just coming. Okay. We'll wait here. That way if they come here, we have some surrounding bonus. Actually, if they come either of those, we'll have surrounding bonus. They've left. Okay. They saw Sahil's army and went, oh, we're gonna bring more. Okay. Let's get all of our spiked people. We're gonna wait. Okay. We have 5 versus 2. We have a bonus against them. Oh, that's a lot more than I thought. Okay. Pull back. Pull back into the city. They have some stone throwers, some spiked clubmen, a slinger. Okay, there's an actual proper army here. I think we need the abatis. A couple more slingers. The wood spearmen are not something I really feel like I need to counter. But okay, they're here. They're pillaging. While defending, our Sahil has killed a slinger. While defending, our spiked clubman has killed a spiked clubman. Okay, they did an attack. They did an attack. Let's get both of you up on Sting. No odds on the victory there. No odds on the victory there. Okay, so we are on the defense. Hoping the assault withstands, which it is so far. Get the city garrison. I think that's fine. Range targeting. Okay, they're scattering a little. Do we want to march? It's a little risky, but we'll march out. They can't get into the city in one turn, so we'll march out to greet them. Okay. 97% there. 99% there. Okay, Sahel destroyed the Wanderer. We have a military captive. We'll wait here for everyone to come back. I think we're gonna march this army north, I think. I think we need to take an actual army north now. Deal with the barbarians. Finish the construction of the abatis. Okay, Sahel. Because we're fighting against melee units, let's give you... let's just give you standard combat. We'll bring everyone back here. Wait a turn. Heal up around. And then we're going to march north, see what the situation is.
Weariness can snore upon the flint, when resty sloth finds the down pillow hard.
Okay. Composite tools, please. That's a little risky not leaving anyone behind, but we need to bring this full army north. Let's go ahead and get some people to guard the home base here. And we'll hope this army is sufficient to deal with the barbarians in the north. There's their wood spearmen. They have a lot of wood spearmen, which is weak against us. We only have a 4% because they're guarding in. From tile defense and unit fortification. Okay. Well, we'll go around. If we're in a fair fight, we win, so... And they gave us the fair fight. Perfect. We'll take your gatherer. And see if that goads them into attacking us again. We have some injured spiked clubmen, but Sahel is still full strength and is strong against the wood spearmen, although wood spearmen is a little leveled. But in a defensive fight, we should be fine. Okay, they did not take the bait. We're going to attempt to send the Gatherer home. I'm not going to actually guard it. We're going to get closer here, firmly in their territory, and we'll heal up here. We can't quite see their capital, but we can see the surrounds. It's going to take 8 turns to heal, but that's fine. And we've got our backup troops. So this is the first proper war. We knew that it was coming. The war with Mariona. We might march everyone else north to join and just hit harder, but let's have Sahil's troop heal up, and then we'll what's the good surroundings? That's across the sea. That is our spot right there. That hill overlooking Mariona is where we're going to take a view and decide if we need to bring in more soldiers to fight. Okay, the Gatherer got here. This is just a captured Gatherer we don't really care much about, so you can go prepare the gold. There's no real benefit in keeping you. Go away. Okay, the Neanderthals there are not the concern. They could theoretically become a concern, but I don't think they're gonna be. And, okay, our girls are healed up. Let's go get on that hill overlooking. What's the situation here? 1 wood spearman, 2 wanderers, a spiked clubman. Okay. No chance of victory. We can get that Gatherer. They have 3 population. The only do they have any developed tile that they're working on? No. We do have surround. Let's see what happens if we... Let's see if we can actually do a surround and destroy situation. So we're gonna take you all. Move you there. And we're going to bring you over here. Take that Gatherer. And I think we will bring these 3 north. Just directly up to Mariona. As far as units are concerned, I think we can do another 2 spiked clubmen and a slinger setup. We'll keep taking your gatherers. And we'll just disband them. We don't need them. Let's get the boar camp. I think we have enough troops for now.
The Diabolic had to be made ready for use on a stream, and cast from the fork of the toad.
Hi, that's an
It
improved...
entered a man's body with a single wound.
That's an improved military unit.
Opened into 30 barbs. Only by cutting away the flesh could it be taken from that man's body.
0.3% chance across the river here. 0.04% chance. 0% chance, okay. So... we are going to have so many casualties in this attack. But I definitely feel like it's the first group that's the problem. And then we're gonna have the question of if we keep that city. It's kind of one away from where I'd like it, but I think it's probably fine. Okay, so you're all here. You're almost in position. Okay, I think it's time. You're going to lose, but hopefully we deal a little damage. Okay, y'all from above. Come down. Up to 0.14%. .2% with a 7% retreat. Okay, come on. 3% chance. We're up at the 3%. 2.26. It is all that one unit at the front. .3% chance across the river. .21% chance with Sahil. Let's send you through first. 21% chance with the Spiked Clubman. So that's going to do some damage at least. Okay, Sahil. 12% chance. Not worth it to risk the leader. Oh gosh. We retreat and defeat. The first attack on Mariona failed. We do have 900 gold and a bunch of new technologies that will let us improve our people. So maybe we can send Stone Macemen to fight. We can make Stone Macemen. But we just fed so much XP into that meat grinder there. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's let this army get built. And then we'll make one more attack. And then I think I am getting a little sleepy. And by one more attack, I mean we're going to march forward and see if our improvement to stonemacemen matters. I don't think it will. I think that there's enough fortification defense that we're just not breaking that city up north without... In fact, I don't even think we need to go up north, because like they have, before anything else, they're going to have 20%. So I think we're just not breaking that city till we have siege in equipment. So that's fine. I'm fine. I'm not mad about it at all. Let's get a seamstress. Well, let's finish microlith research and then we can call it a night, I think.
It is easy to dodge a spear that comes in front of you, but hard to keep harms away from an arrow shot from behind.
Yay. Axe making gives us stone axemen. That's even better. We're getting the stuff of war. Okay, we'll hit one more turn. Not like because, oh, we have one more turn syndrome, but because that will give us 1,000 gold. And that's a milestone. So here we go. We finish our session 1, 43,768 BC, 910, or 5.7% of the way through the game. We have our one civilization. We've lost Cassidy and Hawk. We have not lost Null. Not quite sure where Null is, but I don't think we've lost Null. Unless I marched Null north by accident. I did. We lost Null. Null perished in the attack. Oh no. I wasn't paying attention. Well. R.I.P. Null. I'm sorry. The world has 4 civilizations. We aren't seeing this one. Our known world has 4 civilizations. The barbarians here, the Neanderthals there, Hitler's Mayans, we don't know the extent of, and our glorious tribe of Rocket. Let's see if we have anyone worth raiding into? And if we have enough people to make it worth raiding into people. We have enough people if it's someone small. Let's see. Hey! We were just hearing Grimmeth read lines. Let's go raid Grimmeth. Let's go. Nope! Grimmeth bans raids! That's great. I love that. Well, go where you will. Farewell, Ra.